It's a chilling autumn night in the Tiger Den where the Columbia Tigers prowl in on senior night, looking to cap off their best regular season since 2018 with an upset win over the number 14 team in the state. But the Bolles Bulldogs won't go down easy, winners of 6 in a row and on a roll. It's a star-studded matchup between two teams with just one loss to their name, both to the same common opponent. Who can prevail in a primetime Halloween matchup on Action Sports Jacks 24/7? Hello, everybody, and welcome to Columbia High School. I'm Noah Schlicksup alongside my color commentator, Brody McGuff. Brody, our second game in 2 days, and this one should be a good one on Action Sports Jacks 24/7. We had ourselves quite the matchup last night, and one thing that stood out in that matchup was the wide receivers that were on the field. Same case tonight. You got Kyron Caldwell on one side and Naeem Burrows on the other, headlining these two groups.
Yeah, both teams very talented football teams. Bolles got a bunch of, just big athletes, big commits to different places. In Columbia, they got theirs as well. Might have a little bit less, but at the same time, it's just another juggernaut matchup tonight. We watched a great one last night, went down to the wire. I expect the same for this game. I think both teams are very well coached, two of the best coached teams we've probably called for this season, and it's just sizing up to be a great matchup tonight on a nice Halloween night. This is where we want to be, and everybody else in the stadium very excited to watch this matchup.
Brody, this is one that could end up being a thriller out here at the Tiger Den. The captain's meeting at midfield right now. Columbia comes in 8-1, the 41-ranked team in Florida. Bolles 14th in the state, coming off a 56-6 win over Wolfson. What are your keys for tonight's game, starting off first with Bolles, Brody?
Bolles just got to play, their Bolles football. They got to keep on offense. They got to get Xander Edwards going early and get him hot, get him running well. He's had plenty of games where he's had 30-plus carries, just putting the team on his back and just run that football down the field. In the passing game-wise, David Weatherly, a very accurate QB. He's got a lot of weapons, too, in Fordham and Burrows. So he's got a lot of options out there to throw the ball to. He's got to stay efficient like he has been all season. He's one of the most accurate QBs we have called. And, yeah, that's what they need to do offensively.
Now all attention turns to the field as the teams get ready to make their entrance. Bolles running out from their banner, and then on the other side, getting ready to run out from the stands around a Tiger statue comes Columbia. This is a team 21-0 win against Clay. The defense has been the main point of this team this season. As here come the Bulldogs onto the Tigers' home field, and now on the other side, the Tigers dressed in purple get ready to make their entrance. The train horn sounds, and here come the Tigers. It's Bolles, it's Columbia, it's our second game of the week. Two teams with one loss, both to St. Augustine, and this is a real battle, Brody, of an elite defense against an elite offense. Tonight, it's going to be about will Columbia be able to score enough points to keep up with the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Columbia's offense has, had its struggles this season, and it's definitely not as strong as a unit as their defense, but if their defense steps up to this football game, gets a lot of stops, and keeps their offense on the field, that's a recipe for success for them. Their offense is going to have to be able to run the ball tonight, make it easy for their QB back there to make some easy decisions and not have to make some big throws on third down and long if they get in that situation. You're just going to have to execute in high margins. Bolles, a very disciplined football team. They harp on that. Every time you go watch a Bolles matchup, your team has to play some very disciplined football if you want to compete with this football team. Bolles played some really solid competition this year, and playing some really good football teams, and they can go in there and blow them out. So they're a really good football team. You got to be on your P's and Q's when you're playing a team like Bolles.
Yeah, the Bulldogs, they're coming off a win against Wolfson. They've had some big wins this year. Their last real big one against Baldwin and Oakley for two big wins for them this season. Columbia, not quite as tested, but they've had some good wins. Madison County, probably the highlight out there. And I asked Coach Brian Allen about Bolles and their talent. He said we played talent all the way back to the preseason, so they're approaching this one the same tonight. Just trying to get 10% better is their motto going into the playoffs. Brian Allen, in his 13th season at Columbia, picked up his 100th win this season as the Tigers head man. Bolles led by Nat Toblin, the head coach since 2019, one of the most successful coaches in the Jacksonville area in recent history. The Bulldogs kicking this one away. There it is. Takes a hop, rolling inside the 10 where it's picked up, and the Tigers running it back. Coming across the 25 and the 30. Still some space up to the 37-yard line.
There is a flag around the 25, 20-yard line.
Now is Drew Simmons on the return. And it's a block in the back against Columbia. They'll back him up. I tell you what, this Bulls crowd has traveled tonight. Yeah. Filling out these visitor bleachers. Columbia fans still filing into those home stands. So after the block in the back penalty, first down and 10 Columbia on their own 12-yard line. Bulls home crowd making some noise. Xavier Collins, the quarterback, starts with the handoff, and Drew Simmons tackled for loss.
Yeah, Bulls defensive front, very physical one, and they get in the backfield quick. They limit big plays is a big key for them tonight. And they're a team that gets 10 tackles for loss about a game. And tonight, that's their first one, and going to be a lot more of that. Columbia does not want that to happen. Their O-line needs to play one of the best games they've ever had this season, right here, right now.
Backed up behind the chains. Collins steps forward in the pocket, running it himself. Collins gets the first down, runs out of bounds. Yeah, Brody, you mentioned it. Get behind the sticks right there. Bulls has 10-plus tackles for loss in 4 of the last 5 weeks. They get the tackle for loss, but what a job there by Xavier Collins, improvising and seeing a lane and breaking through it.
He's going to have to do a lot of good things tonight for Columbia if they want to move the ball offensively. And using his legs is one of them. If he's got a gap open like that, he's got to take it about every time.
This is an offensive group that is very inexperienced, just one senior in their starting lineup. As Collins drops back to pass. Now rolling right where he's got space. Xavier Collins with another first down on the run. The junior showing off his legs. Hasn't been the biggest runner this year, but a couple of back-to-back nice gains for him.
Yeah, Bolles D ends just getting upfield a little bit too much, and that creates a big gap over there, that B gap, and he's going to step up and take it. Good job by the QB on the last 2 plays.
Got 3 running backs right here. The hand to Simmons, looking for the right edge, finds space, and gets upfield for around 5 yards.
Pretty solid run right there. Different look of a formation right there. Went big with their linemen and halfbacks. Solid run there to the right side, bring up a manageable second down.
Second down and 6. Collins looks to pass. Scanning the field under pressure, spins around, throws down the field. It's intercepted! Bulls gets the pick. It's Christian Hayes, the linebacker.
Collins had a really good evade of pressure right there. Got around at the end on the right side. Had some space to run it a little bit if he wanted, but he tried to take the shot downfield. Bolles defender was there to get the pick. Really good play by Bolles. And after letting up a first down or 2 and getting that stop right there, big turnover for them, and their offense is trotting on the field right now.
Christian Hayes keeping a streak alive for Bulls. They now have at least 1 pick in each of their last 5 games. This defense has been a turnover machine this season. Now they're 19th as a unit this year. So Jaden Weatherly bringing out the offense, starts play action, goes over the middle, and that's intercepted! Julian De La Cruz up to the 50-yard line. Back-to-back picks. And Columbia's got the football back in just one play.
Wow, no, that's insane sequence of events right there. If you're Columbia, you're coming into this game wanting to just stop that running game as much as you can. Their linebackers and D linemen fit very well in that RPO play. Jaden Weatherly pulls it, tries to take a strike. Just found a Columbia defender across the middle of the field. 2 turnovers in back-to-back plays.
Julian De La Cruz now alone in the team lead for interceptions. That's his 3rd of the season. First down and 10, Tigers on the Bolles 49, and Asher Giddo can't get the sack. Collins evades, and he gets a gain on the play, but it's going to be coming back for a hold on Antonio Days. He's going to have to do some running tonight, Brody.
Yeah, he is. This D-line's going to get after any QB they go against. They get off the ball hard, and they got a lot of athletes on the D-line. Guido leading the front. Collins, though, I mean, doing some really good improv back there, making some moves, getting away from these D-ends. The fact he got out of that was crazy. There was a lot of defenders in the backfield.
Yeah, when you got Asher Giddo in your face, that's tough.
Yeah, it is.
$10:29 on the clock. Already 2 interceptions in less than 2 minutes. Collins dumps it off to Simmons, and he might get one there on the play. Simmons, not the biggest frame, but he's shifty and got some speed. An explosive player, plays multiple positions on this team. It's been him and Jeffrey Pope who have split the share at running back since senior Jerome Horn went down a few weeks ago with an ankle injury in practice. Collins, forward in the pocket, brought down with a sack.
A lot better of a job right there for the Bolles D-line, just collapsing that pocket, making sure he doesn't get outside, and when he steps up, they're just going to fold right in.
It was James Gibbs, the one that got him, his 5th sack of the season. This is a Bolles team that's now totaled 38 sacks on the year. Third down and 16. Collins climbs the pocket, and Giddo brings him down. It's a strip sack. The ball is out. Columbia falls on it. Asher Giddo, his 18th sack of the year.
Yeah, he's already had about 2 pressures up to this point, getting close to that sack. He's even gotten his hand on the QB a few times, and right there he finally gets him down. Collins trying to make something happen, but that evadability can only work for so long against this Bolles front.
Asher Giddo came into this one 4th in the state in sacks, tied 17th in the country. Had him on the Blitz breakdown Monday night, and he feels like just the amount of progression he's had this season. Settled into high school has been a big thing for him. He came dressed, Bolles had a costume party, costume contest. I believe it was yesterday. Asher Giddo came dressed as Santa Claus because he brings the sacks.
I saw that too. That's pretty funny. Glad they're having fun out there. What a punt by Columbia, though, to get that deep. That strip sack pinned Columbia back deep in their own territory, and then they flip sides of the field. Really good job by the special teams unit for Columbia.
First down and 20 for the Bolles offense. Surrendered an interception last time out. Trying to take care of the football and drive down the field this time. 8:31 on the clock as they take over for their second possession. Xander Edwards is hit behind the line of scrimmage and brought down. That's going to be a very fun matchup to watch tonight. Bolles, a team that averages 240 yards of rushing per game. Xander Edwards, one of the best running backs in the area. Obviously, that record-setting game earlier this year against Baldwin, in which he rushed for 522 yards and 8 touchdowns, breaking a record that was previously held by Derrick Henry. He leads the state in rushing. Stop behind the line of scrimmage there. Tsitsi in motion. They go back to Edwards, who breaks a tackle and can't get back to the line of scrimmage. This is going to be such a fun matchup, Brody. Matt Toblin said this is the best front seven that they have faced this year. And a couple big stands early on. Weatherly on third down. Let's go the pass. Whistles for a false start against Bolles.
Yeah, no, both these fronts, two of the best in the area. This defensive front for Columbia, they've done some really good work this year. And obviously Bolles in their running game. Xander Edwards is one great back. There's not much players like him. Honestly, there isn't really any players like them that I've covered so far this year. But that O-line definitely helps a lot.
Yeah, that's a senior group that has been big on the line of scrimmage this year. Anchored by that Miami commit, J.J. Sparks at right tackle. They're backed up. Third down and 18. Weatherly gonna run it himself. Weatherly slides a couple yards shy of the first down. Ball came out after he hit the ground. There's a flag down. As it stands, it should be about 4th and 2.
Yeah, it took a shot while he was sliding. I'm going to think it's going to be some type of unnecessary roughness on Columbia.
And that is exactly the call. So a personal foul gives Bolles the first down. Jaden Weatherly, 6'0", 225. Matt Toblin said he's a very smart player and the strongest quarterback, one of the strongest quarterbacks he's been around.
Oh, yeah.
And Brody, you've been on the other side trying to bring him down. No easy task.
That is not fun. I played against him my senior year when he was a sophomore, and to see how far he's come. He was good. He was great then, and now he's even better. He's really calmed down and really poised QB and one of the most big leaders in the area. I feel like he's done a really good job leading this offense.
Xander Edwards up the middle. Kyle goes forward, and Edwards gets to the 40-yard line. Called the 41.
The longer these drives go for the Bolles offense, I feel like the better the run game gets for them. That's a very well-conditioned O-line right there. D-linemen can get worn out as the drive goes on, and that O-line's going to keep pushing forward.
Second down and 3. Two receivers wide on either side. Back to Edwards they go, and this time he's wrapped up. He's going to lose yards on the play. They put the ball on the 43. It's a loss of 2. It doesn't matter who the running back is. If you're getting hit by multiple guys behind the line of scrimmage, not too many guys can shake out of that.
Yeah, Columbia's doing a really good job in the beginning of this game of slowing down this run game and not giving them much gaps to run through. Really done on that play. Getting in the backfield, getting a nice tackle for loss for the defense.
Third down and 5. 5:33 on the clock in the first quarter. They motion Fordham, play action, dump it off to Corbin Fordham, and he is tackled at the line of scrimmage. Great open field tackle by Alfonso Curry Jr.
Yeah, they sent Cameron Mills off the left side. He got some pressure on Jaden Weatherly. He got it out. It was a good throw to get it to Fordham, but just really good job stopping that play for the Tigers.
Quick to the line of scrimmage, 4th and 5. Bolles gets Columbia to jump. And those are the types of mistakes the Tigers can't make in this game. Great job there by Weatherly and the Bolles offense to draw them off sides.
Yeah, they'll do dead snaps all night where there's no play call behind it. They're just trying to see if they can draw them off sides. They'll do that unexpected times as well. Bolles will take what you give them every time.
And you know that front seven, they're trying to be aggressive and get into that backfield. They take advantage of it right there.
Yeah.
Timeout for a water break. Time to hit our first commercial break of the game. Back after this in our Whataburger game of the week.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Welcome back to Columbia High School. They were out tailgating before this game. Brody, you dropped by and took a look at that. And those guys out there, they're fans of the Friday Night Blitz and Action Sports Jacks. We got a photo of them. You can take a look at that right there. The sign reads, Columbia High loves the Friday Night Blitz and Stuart Weber, in parentheses, Brenton Marcel too. Hey, we love Stuart as well, and Brenton Marcel too. Special thanks to Marcel, who's on camera tonight. I think he deserves more than parentheses. They're letting him see the game.
Love the support down here in Columbia.
And we at Action Sports Jacks love Columbia High.
Yes, we do.
First down and 10 for the Bulldogs. They give to Edwards. Edwards, nowhere to go. Terry Henry in with a tackle for loss alongside Bryson Grinstead.
This front seven for Columbia is getting off the football at an alarming rate. That was just an inside zone or power to the right side for the Bulls offense, and they lost about 4 yards on that play. Got him in the backfield about right when he got the ball.
Second down and 14 yards to go. Bulls having to pass. Weatherly unloads and overshoots his man, looking for Malachi Dunn.
They bring their tight end for him in the box to help with some blocking for Weatherly to get a clean pocket. Just overshot the receiver on the outside. It's going to bring up a 3rd and long.
We talked about how big of a test this matchup is for Columbia's defense. But for Bulls, this is the toughest defense they've faced this year. And they've talked about when they shut down the run, they have a great passing game they can turn to and throw all over a team. That hasn't been the case so far, but it's looking like they're going to need it tonight. 3rd down and 14. 4:06 on the clock, first quarter of play. Weatherly running it himself up the middle. Jaden Weatherly inside the 30-yard line and close to a first down. I think he got it too.
That's twice on long distances and late downs where Bolles just sits back and says, we're going to hit him with the QB power. They're not going to see it coming. They're going to think we're going through the air. Hit the QB power in Weatherly, and that's one of the strongest QBs in Florida. That's not a fun one to break down. Big run by him again.
Doesn't shy away from contact either. He put that shoulder down, and he picked up that first down.
I think he's got more yards than Edwards right now with those 2 big runs.
He's wearing the Duke Blue Devil hand warmer down there tonight. And Weatherly on 1st and 10. Hands it off to Edwards, and Edwards is stopped again. Cameron Mills, the first to get to him. And Brody, that's the guy we circled on this Tiger defense coming into this game. Cameron Mills, the senior, transferred over from Mandarin. Leads the team in tackles, tackles for loss, sacks, and forced fumbles. 19 tackles for loss, 10 sacks this year.
Yeah, he's doing everything for this defense. He's the heart and soul of it, but they just got players like that all over the place, just hungry guys that are just out there to go make some plays. This defense fires off the ball like no other.
Second down, Weatherly looking downfield, and he overshoots Naeem Burrows. There is a flag. I think they're going to call holding.
Yeah, it's got to be. That ball was uncatchable. So it cannot be a pass interference.
They're waving the flag off, and that uncatchable ball is probably the reason why. Looking for Naeem Burrows there, 4-star Clemson commit. 6'4", 200.
Yeah, Burrows working on to Corey Allen on the outside right there. Looking for that fade shot. Really physical DB work by Allen on the outside. He's going to need to do that all night. A little bit of
6'0", 180. A little off. Edwards up the middle, gets the first down.
Bolles has went with run plays on all of their third down so far, and it's hitting for them. Columbia just keeps getting caught off guard with these big distances, and they're running the ball. That was 2 pulling guards going to the right side. Xander found a cutback lane to the left, hit up the middle. Really good running by Edwards and a good push from this Bolles front. 3 for 3 on third downs on this drive.
2:07 to go in the first quarter, and Bolles is driving. Weatherly gives to Edwards, and Xander Edwards only going to get a yard.
Carry by number 25, Edwards for the Bulldogs.
I don't think they're going to give him a yard.
Gain of 1 brings up 2nd and 9. Stop.
They're placing that ball on the 15-yard line.
2nd and 9 Bulldogs for the Tigers.
2nd and 9.
I say it every week about, preaching that teams need to be physical, and I keep saying it's going to be a very physical matchup tonight, but this one, I'm already willing to say this is more physical than any game we've called so far. These fronts are battling against each other. Some hard hitting going down there.
Weatherly keeps it rolling left, jumps it off. Fordham is there, goes down inside the 10-yard line. Third down and short.
Yeah, they've been running 12 personnel, 1 running back and 2 tight ends at times, and right there they had 2 tight ends lined up on a line of scrimmage on the left side. Both of them went flat. Fordham was just a delayed flat right there, and Jade Weatherly hit him. Good solid play right there, setting up a third and very manageable.
Third down and around 3 yards to go. Weatherly gives to Edwards. Edwards driving forward. And he got the first down. Fighting through contact. Tough run there from Edwards.
Yeah, it was. What he's good at, he's a gritty player. And it looks like Bolles gonna take this to the end of the first quarter.
18 seconds on the clock, and the Bulldogs coming off the field. It'll be first and goal for the Bolles School when we come back. Tied up, nothing on the scoreboard after 1 on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt. And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Welcome back to Columbia High School in Lake City, Florida. High school football on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network is presented by That One Painter First Coast. That painter you need, we're the one. Republic Services, RecyclingSimplified.com, Nimnick Buick GMC, Nobody But Nimnick, Jaguars Prep, Farah and Farah, and Baker Sports. Fans, the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz is starting at 8 o'clock on Action Sports Jacks 24/7 stream on social media channels and even on YouTube. If you want to only watch the game of the week, you can do so on the Action News Jacks Now stream and on ActionNewsJacks.com, as well as on the Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel. We've got Wildcat here to Xander Edwards. And he's only going to get a few there, down to the 3 or 4 yard line. The Zone Blitz tonight will be showing live action from this game, along with Rocky Bayou at Bishop Snyder, Menendez at Yulee. That's right. I believe Menendez at Tocoy Creek, North Marion at Yulee. Second down and goal. Weatherly runs it himself. Jaden Weatherly, touchdown!
There go the cowbells, and they got their own type of train horn over here on the Bolles side. Really good drive, executing in small margins for the Bolles school. Figured out on third downs to the rushing game. And there at the end, they cap it off with a Jaden Weatherly run to the right side. Again, like we've mentioned many times, very physical runner. Got in the end zone there. Bolles strike first in this ball game.
I tell you what, always some spooky sights on Halloween night. None spookier to that Columbia defense right now than Jaden Weatherly. It's like a ghost. They can't touch him out there. The PAT is good, and it's 7-0 Bolles. All touchdowns on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network are brought to you by Bono's Pit Barbecue, Real Pit Barbecue since 1949.
The Bulldogs of Bolles School with 7.
Is Yulee Menendez
Tigers 0.
is the other game. So zone blitz showing Menendez versus Yulee, Rocky Bayou, Bishop Snyder. 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock in the second quarter. The Bolles Bulldogs with the first lead of the game. And that was an impressive drive from that Bolles unit.
Yes, it was. It did a really good job just getting those running plays working on third down. But Columbia's defense doing a really solid job slowing down that run game. Just couldn't get off the field on third downs. Bet that's what their coaching staff is preaching to them on the sideline. You guys are doing a good job. You just need to figure out a way to get out on third down and put a statement to end the drive.
Sky kick here takes a bounce, picked up around the 25-yard line. Columbia running it back. That's Cameron Mills. He's going into Bolles territory. How about that from the linebacker?
I said he did everything earlier. I didn't know he also could return some kicks up the sideline. Wow, what a play by him on that time. Setting up this Columbia offense with really good field position.
They get the ball on the Bolles 40-yard line, and you feel like it's early in the football game still. But this offense, they've had their struggles this season. You get field position like this, you got to get some points against this Bolles defense.
Yeah, they do, and you're going to have to execute on this drive, match up some blocks, and figure out how to deal with this front of Bolles.
Rolling right, Collins. Let's go with a pass. Couldn't connect with Legend Camille.
That play worked very well. That had him open right there. Just not the best throw by Collins. Like how they're moving out their QB out the pocket. First play of that drive.
And when you're overmatched up front like they are tonight, you're going to have to get your quarterback moving. Hand it off. Nothing there. And this has been a struggle for Columbia. That run game since losing Jerome Horn, it's struggled. This is a team that comes in now averaging just 84 yards per game rushing, a very low mark for high school football. And the running backs we'll see tonight both under 4 yards per carry. Not much room for them to work with. Third down and 9. Collins, running to his right, looking for something. Fields Gitto behind him, dumps it off and can't connect with Simmons. Fourth down and 9. And Columbia going to punt it away.
Collins again just trying to make something work, rolling around the pocket, trying to evade the sacks. Found his halfback open somewhere in the middle of the field, just dropped that one.
I think the throw is a little behind him as
well. It was. Just having a hard time. You got to complete those passes. And again, you got to compete in some small margins against this Bolles defense.
Punt Blitz is away from Nathan Cook. And oh my, dropped it down on the 2, but took a hop into the end zone for a touchback. A 3 and out from the Bolles defense. 9:49 to play in the second quarter. Whistle is now on the field.
Flag on the play.
There's a flag on the play. They are picking it up. And we're just going to continue play. Maybe not. What's the call?
I think they're going to have to read. Columbia's offense is on the field.
Legal participation against the Bulldogs.
Legal participation. Too many men on the field. 4th and 4, and now Columbia's going to go for it. Collins. Screen pass. Timeout Bolles. They're trying to get it to Cameron Mills. And the Bulldogs going to talk it over.
It's a wonky
sequence, for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm not sure what was going on there. I mean, we got the flag late. Then just all that happened right there.
9:47 on the clock. Step away for a quick break. Back in 30 seconds.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old.
But at Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance underpay car crash claims or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
4th down and 4 for the Columbia Tigers after the penalty on the punt. Let's see what they got drawn up on 4th down. In motion, Cameron Mills. It's a jet sweep to their linebacker, and nothing is there. Bolles gets the stop on 4th down. And the Bulldogs are fired up.
Yeah, they went with a jet sweep to the left side. Bolles defense was ready for it.
That's a risky move when your outside linebackers on the other side are Simeon Caldwell and Christian Hayes, and defensive end, I believe Asher Giddo is on that side. They ran the jet sweep too. You're playing with fire when you run that play.
Yeah, especially with all those players over there. But in general, it's just on the 4th and about 4 yards. I can understand the jet sweep, but this front's been doing a really good job stopping these run plays and setting some outside edges. And right there, they did it again.
1st down and 10. Bolles setting up on their own 36-yard line. Coming off of a nice touchdown drive. Jaden Weatherly got it done with his legs last time out. Hands it off to Xander Edwards. Xander Edwards is gone! See you later! Xander Edwards in for 6.
If you give Xander Edwards a gap like that to run through, he's just shot out of that like a cannon. He's going to find the end zone every time. He's a big back, but he's got blazing speed on him, and that's another 6 on the board for the Bolles School.
64 yards. What a run there by the sophomore. 6'1", 210, and he's got speed. Shows it off, dusts the defense. And now the PAT is up and off the upright. Still went through. And the Bulldogs now up 14-0. 9.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. That's the first time I've seen that in person. I've seen it on TV, but that took a hard bounce, still went through.
Yeah, just found a way to get that ball in there. I don't know how that happened. But it made it through, and Bolles up 14-0. Columbia in this game with the way their offense has been playing so far, not a good sign for them, being down to 14-0 early.
Just over 9 minutes to play in the second quarter. And Bolles has taken an early hold on this game. The Tigers need a response. Another sky kick. Bounces at the 27. Mills bringing it back. Cameron Mills across the 50. Still hasn't been touched. Cameron Mills still going down inside the 5.
This kid's an athlete, man. Oh my gosh. Just making it happen on these kick returns. I think that's going to be the last time they pooch it to him, though.
Down inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. Maybe the 8. There's the spark that team needed.
It's a big-time special teams play for Columbia. And now this feels like a must-score moment for this offense.
No doubt.
Having a hard time running the ball up the middle. Let's see if they go there again or they try to go through the air.
First down and goal on the 7. Cameron Mills is giving the Tigers life. Can they capitalize on it? Rolling right. Collins under pressure. He is brought down by the 15.
Just a smothering performance on that play by the Bolles D-line. That's a sprint out to the right side for Collins. Trying to give him a better look to the end zone.
Thomas Green and Andre Terrence, the linebackers, in to get him. The senior duo. Now doubling the length to the end zone. And Bolles is going to burn their second time out of the first half. I think Simeon Caldwell was calling that one from the field. They're just trying to communicate with from the coaching staff. Bolles obviously didn't like something they were seeing before that play.
Yeah, they were looking. Columbia was looking for a screen to Kyron Caldwell on the left side. They had stacked doubles on that side. Seven's been quiet early, but haven't had much opportunities on offense, and that would have been his first one right there.
Yeah, you got to get the ball to him, too. I mean, that's your best offensive player. He's offered by Florida, USF, and the junior, he's a playmaker. Got to give him the football.
Yeah, if they want to win this football game, you got to get him the football and see what he can do and work with. Even just drop back to QB in 2 seconds, get rid of it, throw a go ball down the sideline. Just give your athlete a chance to go make some plays.
He can win those jump ball situations. 6'2", 180, the junior. He's made some big-time plays downfield this year. He's got great speed as well.
Yeah, and if you guys were tuned in to the St. Augustine game yesterday, I was talking about that, the same thing with Wingo. If they want to win the game, they got to get the Wingo. Same thing with Caldwell for Columbia.
Lovett and Jackson to the right. Caldwell and Days to the left. Shotgun formation, Simmons the running back. Collins. Design quarterback run. Nothing doing whatsoever. Maddox Helbing brings it down for a loss.
Yeah, just perfect fitting from the linebacker core right there for Bolles, making sure there's no cutback lane. And Maddox Helbing getting that tackle near the sideline. Just a really good job by this front seven yet again, just getting in their gaps and stopping that sprint out. That time it was a run play for Collins. It's not working for him.
Third down and goal from the 16, 8:15 on the clock in the second quarter. Collins has his eyes downfield. Caldwell's open. He doesn't see him. He's running to the right and throws it away. Oh, he had him. He had him, he was looking to him, he hesitated, and when you hesitate with that pass rush, it's over.
I'm pretty sure that was just a drawn-up fade ball to Caldwell on the outside.
Got to get rid of that football.
Collins just hesitated on it. They had the one-on-one they wanted, and it's 3rd and 15. You got no first downs to get, so you got 15 yards to get in the end zone. Just take the shot. Put it in the place where only the receiver can get it.
They're not going to be happy when they look at that film on the sideline. Now for Nathan Cook. It'll be a 33-yard field goal from the right hash. The snap is down, the kick is up, and the kick is wide to the right.
What could have been a big-time momentum swing for Columbia on that kick return, getting really good field position. They just fall short.
Turns out to be a huge moment for Bolles. That is a Columbia sideline. There's got to be a dejected feeling. You get field position on their 7-yard line and aren't able to score. That's a rough feeling.
Yeah, it is. Columbia just really having a hard time finding an identity on offense, just simply because of this Bolles D-line just getting in that backfield, just not much options for the QB on run plays or pass plays.
He's got to find a way to get that ball out quick, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it. Get that quick passing game going. If you get that passing game going, you can go back to the run game and check that out. Maybe catch a pole sleeping on it.
Xander Edwards after his 64-yard touchdown run. Not as much doing on that one. Just a gain of 1 or 2 for him there.
Gain of 1 brings up 2nd and 9 for the Bulldogs.
2nd down and 9.
Around 21-yard line.
Weatherly with 3 to the right, 1 to the left. They rush 6, and back to Edwards. Xander Edwards with the first down.
Every time Edwards sees a gap, you can just tell when they have it. Although we can't see the gaps from over here, but you can just tell when he sees it, he just hits a second gear immediately, starts running hard north to south. Really good run play right there for Edwards and this Bolles offense.
There's a certain buzz when he gets a little bit of space. You can feel the entire stadium zone in on that player in this play. And we've seen it already. He gets just a little crease and he's gone. First down and 10. Low snap. Weatherly tries to take it himself up the middle and fights forward to the 34-yard line. Didn't seem like there was all that much there for him. Just a nice job to get a couple yards out of it.
Yeah, they dropped back for a pass play right there. Dade Weatherly made the decision to run it quick. Didn't like what he saw downfield. Stepped up in the pocket, fell forward for a modest 2 yards. Pretty solid job by Columbia's DBs and D-line, collapsing that pocket. DB's doing some good job covering downfield.
Second down and 8. 6:05 on the clock. Whistles before the snap. There's a flag on the play, and it goes against Bolles. Delay of game. We've seen a few of these tonight from Bolles. They've shot themselves in the foot a little bit. The team's now gathering.
Oh, they're taking a water break.
Brings up 2nd and 13.
And there is our official water break. So back after this break in our Whataburger game of the week.
Official timeout.
You have the opportunity to explore what you might want to do with your life.
There's so many opportunities here that it can spark interest that you didn't even know you had.
Welcome back to Columbia. 6:02 on the clock, and it's 14-0 Bolles. Brody, what are some of your early takeaways from this game?
Yeah, Bolles doing what they normally do, just sticking to that run game, and whether it's working or not, they're just going to keep going to it. Passed the ball 2 to 3 times so far. But Columbia's defense doing a really good job honing in on Xander Edwards for the most part. But he's had that big crease to a touchdown earlier, and some big run plays on third down for Bolles has been the difference tonight. Columbia's offense just has no identity yet in this football game.
And that run game's been opening up more recently for the Bulldogs. Second down and 13 after the penalty. Weatherly looking for Burrows down the field. He holds it in. Billy Burrows is gone.
There's Weatherly's shot of the night right there to Burrows. What a ball by him downfield. Burrows, a speedy receiver, just one phenomenal athlete. Catches that ball. Looks like kind of a fingertip grab. Way to haul that in and get that run into the end zone. And that's another touchdown for Bolles. And they're going to go up 3 scores here early.
It is all Bulldogs so far. For Burrows, came in leading this team in receiving touchdowns. Now his 9th on the season. The extra point is low but true. 4:54 to go, and it's 21-0 Bolles in the second quarter. How about this start? It's whenever Columbia gets a little bit of momentum, the Bulldogs have been right there to throw a haymaker. And they have got a ton of momentum.
I agree. Every time Columbia just has a good play or a good chain of plays, Bolles just, again, answers with the haymaker. Just a big-time play. That's 2 50-plus touchdowns in this ball game, 50-yard-plus touchdowns in this ball game already for the Bulldogs. The Tigers need to figure out something quick offensively if they want to have a shot at winning this ball game. Bolles has been doing that pooch kick to the right side. I don't think they're going to do it anymore.
I'd probably try the left side after how fast you have gone to Cameron Mills. Touchdowns on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network, brought to you by Bono's Pit Barbecue. Real Pit Barbecue since 1949. They kick it down the field, and that's going to be a kick out of bounds. Close to a touchback, but went out on probably the 2-yard line.
Well, that's better than kicking it to Mills, and Mills returning it past the 50, so I think they're going to be all right with that.
And if they were kicking it to Mills, who is not their main return man, they weren't kicking it to their returners in the first place.
Yeah. Just get it out of all those players' hands and just get it out of bounds. Or they look like they're trying to get that left side of the end zone, just didn't make it. Columbia starting with good field position on all of their drives but the first.
Funny enough, though, this is their worst starting field position, and it's on a kick out of bounds.
Got to get something going on offense, pick up some first downs, and get that ball rolling for the Tigers. Start going that ball at 7.
That's exactly what they do. They get it to him quickly, and Tyron Caldwell, he's going to get around 7 yards. That's what they got to do. That's their easiest gain of the night, and it's one of their best gains of the night.
Yeah, Bolles, Xander Edwards, he gets the workload for them, and he gets around 30-plus carries. I think Caldwell needs to get about 10-plus receptions tonight.
Hand it off to Simmons. Big time hit laid on him by Brett
Bearden. Yeah, just Simmons is like you mentioned earlier, a very small halfback. This Bolles run is very big.
He got right back up, though.
Yeah, he did.
3rd down and 3. Timeout. Columbia timeout brought to you by Donato's Pizza. 4:05 on the clock in the 2nd quarter, and they've got to make something out of this drive. Bolles gets the football back to start the 2nd half. You can't fall any further behind, and you'd like to get some points on the board before the halftime break, or this thing could get ugly.
Yeah, just get some momentum going for your football team. If you're going in the half with a goose egg against Bolles, 3 scores, it's just going to be a really hard uphill battle to get back in this ball game. It already is, but going in the half with 0 points is worst case scenario for them right now. Need to figure out how to put together a drive. Nothing much has been working for them.
They're just getting dominated on the line of scrimmage. That's been, I mean, anytime they try to run something downfield, you feel like, I mean, we talk about this all the time. Situation like this, keep it simple and keep it quick.
Yes. Quick out routes. You got to trust your QB to execute on some quick throws.
You're not going to be able to run those long balls. 3rd down and 3. Collins running to his right. Collins not going to have it. He's going to get a yard. And it'll be 4th down and 2. Columbia going to punt. What do you think of that play call there?
Not exactly sure. I would rather have those receivers on the right side, because you know Collins has been scrambling a lot tonight, especially on these 3rd down passing plays. If you want your QB scrambling, you'd rather him to the right side. You got your receivers running to the left side. He has never broken the pocket on that side, so Bolles brought pressure and it got home.
Collins. Nice job using his legs early, and Bolles has sealed those edges since. Low snap on the punt, but whistles beforehand. Timeout. Bolles. And during this timeout, we'll step away for a quick 30-second break. Back for our Whataburger Game of the Week.
I'm really grateful to FSCJ for giving me the opportunity to be the best version of myself.
We offer our students a gateway to the future.
It's such a great place to be, and the community is amazing. It's awesome here, and I love it.
3 minutes, 55 seconds to go in the first half of football, and it has been all Bolles, Brody. Right now, 4th down and 1 for Columbia on their own 39-yard line. The Tigers, after the Bolles timeout, are running out their offense. They're on their own 44. Trying to gain some form of momentum. Xavier Collins, the quarterback. He's got a running back to his left and 2 receivers on either side. And it's motion. That's going to be a false start.
Bolles staying disciplined. It looked like Columbia was just trying to get that offsides. Looks like it bit them.
I think that was on the receiver, Antonio Days on the right side. And now the ball on the 39-yard line, 4th down and 6. And here comes the punt for the Tigers. And some good punts tonight from Nathan Cook. Junior gets this one high in the air. That's off a Bolles player, and Columbia got it. It bounced off of Simeon Caldwell, and the Tigers have the football in the Bolles 33.
Well, they need to get a little lucky, and they got lucky there. Now they got a chance to another great
Talk about
position.
good bounces and bad bounces.
Yeah, they got a good one. Favor the Tigers on that play, and now they're inside. the Bolles 35-yard line.
That thing was just spinning. It was weird. It was high up in the air. I don't think Caldwell knew where it was, and with the way the other punts had gone, he had no reason to think he would be falling there. Just a stroke of bad luck for Bolles. Now can Columbia make something out of it? They're going deep and incomplete. Hadron Jackson had a step, but he overshot him to the end zone.
Yeah, Jackson had some space there. He let him more inside. He might have had a shot at completing that. That's not the type of position where you want to throw a floater in the end zone. You got to hang that thing in, or heave that thing in there. Nice bullet across the middle. Would have been the throw there. Definitely a tall ask. But that throw just falls incomplete. Bring up second down.
Second down and 10. 3:38 on the clock. We're in the second quarter. Collins. Running. Collins heaves towards the end zone. Incomplete. I mean, he had a man wide open there. From the start, Antonio Days just running a quick out route on that left side.
Yeah, couldn't find it there. Pressure got to. Well, I don't know if it was pressure or if he just saw a gap and he wanted to take it early because he's got it. He's just thinking about these D linemen getting the backfield so quick. So I think he tried to get it, escape the pocket, and try to make something happen on the left side. Bolles smart enough to have the QB spy on that play. This ball's incomplete. It's going to bring up another 3rd and long for the Tigers offense.
3rd down and 10. Collins steps forward, runs it, and he's going to pick up about half the distance to the 1st down. He's on the 33.
You're Columbia. I don't even think you're half mad at that. You got a chance here on 4th down to maybe convert.
It's 4th and 5.
Collins running for his life tonight. It's like he's got Frankenstein chasing him.
On 4th down, Xavier Collins lets go of the pass, caught by Drew Simmons. Does he have the 1st down? He's going to be a yard short. Another 4th down stand by the Bolles defense. And the offense takes over with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the 1st half.
Yeah, Bolles defense is playing out of their minds right now through all phases, through the linebackers, D-line, and the DBs. Just all doing their jobs at a high level.
Reminds me of when we were talking to Matt Toblin earlier this week, and your favorite question to ask a coach is your best position group on your team, one you'd like to highlight. Every coach this year has given us a specific answer. Oh, it's the D-line. Oh, I really like our wide receiver room. Oh, it's so much fun watching our defensive backs. Matt Toblin goes, I think our offense, defense, and special teams. It's a real team effort, and it's a very complete team the Bulldogs have. 1st down and 10. They hand it off. Xander Edwards driving forward. Still going. Thought that play was over. Not when Xander Edwards is down there. There's a player slow to get up. That is Corbin Fordham. Up with a bit of a limp. Saw him getting looked at earlier on the sideline, and hope he's all right. 4-star tight end committed to Florida State. Really versatile player that makes this offense go. Great blocker, lined up as a slot receiver now. An impressive athlete at tight end. Stays in the game as Weatherly looks downfield. He was trying to connect with Tietze.
Not a bad ball by Weatherly. Tietze just looked
There's a flag, though.
I was about to say, he looked a little tangled up with that DB. I don't know if they're hand fighting or what, if there's a flag. Let's see what the flag is. It could be on that matchup.
Just made the call. And it was announced here as holding against Columbia. We don't have the best view of the white hat from a visitor's side. Doesn't help that he's on the far side of the field as well.
Yeah.
He gives Bolles a first down. 1:59 to go in the second quarter. Bulldogs football on their own 48. They've had some explosive plays here in the first half. Trying to maybe find another before the halftime break. Weatherly looking up the right side. That ball too far out in front of Camden Teetsy. Second straight shot they've gone looking for the junior.
Yeah, and that's another shot in this game tested to Allen's side. Corner over there doing a really good job in coverage. That Fordham opened across the middle. I was going to hit him there. He ran a 7 to 10 yard curl route. Just looking for the big shot on that sideline. It's going to bring up a second down. Bolles staying in a 12 personnel with 2 tight ends in 2-minute drill.
Weatherly against the blitz is hit hard and brought down. Titan Davis in on the sack. They've been a little quiet on that defensive line here recently. This is a group that came in just on the defensive line with 32 sacks heading into this game. And a timeout called with 1:39 to go in the second quarter, spent by Columbia trying to get the ball back and try to get some points on the board before having to kick it away to Bolles to start the third quarter. But this Bolles offensive line, yes, early on, that front seven was having their way in the run game, but I feel like as this first half has gone on, Bolles has established their will up front.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier they have great conditioning for an O-line group. They don't get tired as quickly as these other teams, and they just keep pushing. I mean, but both fronts are the same way. Both these fronts are just really scrappy, got a lot of dogs. It's going to be a very back-and-forth battle between these two units. Bolles just winning it so far.
That defensive line is stacked. I'm going from left to right. There are 4 starters on the defensive line. 4 sacks, 7 sacks, 7 sacks, 8 sacks. Then you go out to the linebackers, and it's 10 sacks, 1 sack, 3 sacks. You get the picture. They get a lot of sacks.
Yeah, they get a lot of sacks.
Quarterbacks don't like to see him coming.
No, they don't.
But tonight, Weatherly has done a nice job of getting that ball out fast and making plays at that quarterback position.
Yeah, that was the one time Columbia's D-line really won a rep through the passing game. Bring up a third down and long.
Weatherly gets the ball out quickly. A screen pass to his running back, Xander Edwards. Crosses the 50-yard line and falls down at the 47.
Really good blocking on the perimeter. Fordham laid a pancake. Burrows doing some physical blocking on the outside. That's what you want to see on the perimeter through that play to the swing route to the Edwards in the flat. Now it's going to bring up a 4th down, and Bolles' offense is going to stay on the field.
The game clock it stopped for a long time, and now they're running it again, but probably cost Bolles about 10 seconds.
And the play clock
in terms of they're trying to melt that clock and make sure Columbia doesn't get the football back. It'll be 4th down and 5, and Bolles is going to use their last timeout, I think. They take a delay of game to back them up 5 yards, and on 4th down and 10, they'll punt it away with exactly 60 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Surprised that they go with the hard count if they're just going to take the delay of game. Wouldn't have been shocked if they went for it on that side of the field. Maybe if the
score wasn't 21-0, they'd be good.
Well, I don't know. Just give them my input.
Nah, stay aggressive. I'm being the devil's advocate. Nice spinning punt down inside the 20-yard line, hauled in on the 16, running it back, making people miss. There's some room. The special teams staying special for Columbia. There he goes! Touchdown, Tigers!
Wow, what a play, but there is a flag way back.
For the time being, Corey Allen brought it back. Is the flag against Bolles or Columbia?
Oh, there's 2 flags. I think there's going to be a blindside block up there as well.
Man, Columbia needed that.
If that's a blindside block, I saw it. I don't really agree with that if it's a blindside block called in Columbia, because the tackler had a chance and he didn't go out there and try to take his head off. He just gave him a little shoulder bump, and it just happened to put him on the ground just because of the angle of the block.
Both sides are booing.
Both sides can agree on one thing. They don't like the refs.
At least on that one. This one is going against Columbia. It'll be Tiger football down inside the 10-yard line. Mark them on the 8. A little bit different momentum-wise than a, 85-yard punt return touchdown. 39 seconds to go in the second quarter. Now the Tigers hoping for some sort of explosive play to get something on the scoreboard. Down 3 scores in the first half. Bolles fans with their cowbells ringing them loud. Collins goes over the middle, finds him in to the 20-yard line. Caleb Williams, the receiver. Clock stops at 30 seconds. Resumes the new setup down. Collins was looking for Caldwell, went off his hands on the sideline. That's one he should have hauled in.
Yeah, it looked like he ran some type of in and out route on that left side of the field. Caldwell couldn't haul it in. Bolles going 2 high safeties and some type of prevent defense, making sure any big shots doesn't happen.
2nd and 10, they hand it off. Drew Simmons goes across the 25-yard line, clock running down to 12 seconds. And they're running back to try to take a snap. Now down at 4 seconds. Columbia's going to try to get one off. 1 second. They hand it off again. Simmons is brought down. And that, a flag down.
Multiple flags. One that looks like in the backfield, and
I think it was Gato and Fasho on the tackle. Fasho, a guy that Matt Toblin described as kind of the unsung hero of the defense, does a lot there at the nose guard position that doesn't really get a bunch of blitzing glamour.
very valuable position on a football team, especially one that can take up 2 blocks about every play, giving their edge setters or edge defenders more one-on-ones with the tackles.
It's a face mask against Bolles.
Against the Bulldogs.
So it'll be a 15-yard penalty. Oh, wait. There's one against Columbia, too. Both penalties offset.
Against the Tigers.
So I think they called another personal foul. So 2 personal fouls against Bolles, 1 personal foul against Columbia. So they're...
Yeah, a lot going on. A lot going on.
Matt Toblin wants an explanation. I'd like an explanation because I have no idea what's going on. But they march the ball forward 15 yards. So here we go, an untied down. Prevent defense for the Bulldogs. Whistle blew. What is going on? Okay, we're just gonna do it again.
Time back in. First and 10.
Last play of the first half. Collins Throws to the sideline. It's caught by Caldwell. Inbounds. And that will take us to the halftime break. All Bolles after one half of football. As we head to halftime, 21-0 Bulldogs in our Whataburger Game of the Week.
Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute.
This is Action Sports Jax, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
All right, what's happening here on a Friday night? Happy Halloween. You know, we thought about dressing up and then thought about it again, and it sounded like a lot of work. So we got plenty of work with all the news of today and everywhere else. 2 nights of high school football, off to Vegas in the morning. Forget Halloween. Hope you're having a fantastic Halloween. Just about now, kids probably done. Maybe you can steal some of the candy. It's always the best part as mom and dad. And we're good to go. So welcome to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. A different night. We had last night and tonight. We had a ton of games last night. Not as many games today, although we do have our Bolles Columbia Whataburger Game of the Week. And we've got some other games that we are at, but there's certainly not as big of a slate. And last night was really entertaining. So this show will be a bit different. And we're going to be joined right now by our Hall of Fame coach, Kevin Sullivan. We also plan to be joined by Toby Bullock from Mandarin High School. Ryan Wolf a little bit later at 9 o'clock. Might have some more guests along the show. We've got Committed to the Uncommitted. We'll show you a bunch of the highlights from yesterday if you missed any of them, including the fantastic matchup between Samori and Wingo from St. Augustine and also Bryson Wright from Mandarin High School. In that game, we had that as our Whataburger Game of the Week on Thursday. So let's say hello to Coach Sullivan, and we let him, I don't know, catch a nap. Got any trick-or-treaters down there? I mean, does that even happen down at the beach?
Yeah, we're here. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Yeah, no, we don't have really many trick-or-treaters on this side with us, but they get them out, set them up at the different things. But, yeah, it should be fun tonight. Last night was a ton of fun, so love day 2. Yeah, day 2. Now, I've got to try to keep the energy here, so I'm going to try my best to do that. So let's catch up on the scoreboard. We know 21-0. Bolles is on top of Columbia. And Sully, I'm not sure if you've been watching that game. Just watched the entire first half here leading into our Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. But I wouldn't say it was all Bolles. It was just that they took advantage of their opportunities. Columbia can't get their offense going enough to take advantage of their opportunities. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. Bolles, I mean, the running game has been really good. I mean, Edwards is having a good year. Those guys up front really block it well. And every time it seemed like Columbia got something going, they got a penalty. They had a big return called back. Then they had another big play called back. But, yeah, Bolles has pretty much handled it in control, and they probably need a game like this getting ready for next week.
Well, I was thinking, too, you said it, the penalties. I feel like this is the discipline really plays out here. Bolles is usually known as a pretty disciplined football team, and not to say Columbia isn't, but I think in this football game right now, they're getting hurt by some of the penalties. And the guys calling the game, Brody McGuff and Noah Schlicksup, Chandler Dantzler's back here helping push the buttons for that one. They even said it's a young team for Columbia and Brian Allen, so they're dealing with some of that on a big game. They only have one loss. Same with Bolles. Both lost to St. Augustine, and, of course, St. Augustine got its first loss last night to Mandarin. The Mandarin folks still excited about that. Hopefully we'll have Toby Bullock on in just a moment. But there it is, 27-21. Heck of a football game. We showed you every play of it yesterday on our Game of the Week. Orange Park with a nice win over Clay, 31-28. They've had a couple of really nice wins this year, some entertaining games, including a win earlier this season over Riverside. Ponte Vedra beats Creekside 17-7. And Sully, just a thought on Ponte Vedra, and we'll see some of the highlights later, but they've won 6 in a row now. And remember how this year started with that odd loss. We were surprised by Nice thumping them, but Ponte Vedra is trying to find their stride. It looks like they're doing that.
Yeah, they're playing really well defensively. I think they're one of the teams that I think we've always looked at week in and week out that sort of gotten better as each game got on and got moving forward. And I think they're really starting to hit their stride really good defensively over at Ponte Vedra.
Absolutely. Nice, Mal, they get their defense and their offense going 47-17. Eddie Jordan wasn't a big part of that game. That might explain a little bit of the beachside stuff. He was on the sideline for a good chunk of that football game. Middleburg, we're going to have Ryan Wolf on the show at 9 o'clock. 8-2 season. How cool is that? Best season since 1990. That is really neat stuff. Florida Deaf and Blind wins 36-22. Harvest Community falls to Geneva 30-12. University Christian goes down to Key West 35-22. Sully, you ever schedule a game in Key West?
Yeah, actually, we played there. One of the only places I ever got a 15-yard penalty was in Key West.
Really? What? Oh, tell us more.
We hit their guy. He fumbled, and we recovered it. It went like 5 yards forward. We recovered it, and then they marked him down, and then they spotted the ball where we recovered it. And so I got a little bit on the official, and then he threw the flag, and I caught it and threw it back at him.
I got to remember that story. Fantastic.
I was young now. That was year like two or three.
That's awesome. And that was like one of your few or one of your only 15-yarders?
Yeah, I believe that's the only one I've ever gotten. I got a crap ton of sideline warnings, but yeah, I don't think I ever got a 15-yarder after that.
Wow, how about that? That's awesome. Great story. All right, let's say a couple other scores before we get Coach on. Where else was I? Oakleaf 24-0 over Tolcoy Creek. We'll have highlights of that one tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. And this board keeps changing on me. So you can see all the scores in our Game of the Week. It's 21-0. There we go. I was finding Yulee 22-0 over Menendez. So halftime at the Columbia Bolles game. And so this is a great time to kind of catch up on last night a little bit in some of the games. And right now I think we have Toby Bullock on, the head coach of the Mandarin Mustangs. Brent Martineau here, coach, along with our Hall of Fame coach, Kevin Sullivan. Thanks for taking a few minutes. Happy Halloween, and I hope you're enjoying the night off.
I am, and you're right. That is the Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I want you to know that maybe the greatest compliment in my coaching career came from that man. I am his favorite coach that never coached for him.
That's impressive compliment, Sully. Explain that.
No, I've always just had a lot of respect for Coach Bullock. You know, I was around when he was a player. I'm not going to tell that story tonight. That'll be another story later on. So I've got to watch him and go, of course, to Marshall and then come back and coach at different places. And just always thought he did a really good job. And, he took his lumps early at the Wolfson. And so I think what he's got going on, he really appreciated the coaches, what he's got going on compared to what he had at Wolfson. And everybody wanted to be his friend at Wolfson and loved him and everything because they were very good. And now he's at Mandarin and he's winning and nobody likes him and hates him. And that's how you know you're doing a good job. Right, Coach?
Yeah. Oh, my God, you nailed that one, buddy.
I've been there. That's why. I've been there.
I tell people all the time, when I was an assistant and when I was at Wilson, I'd get 14, 50 good luck texts before the game. I don't get one except from Marty Lee.
That's good stuff. That's great. Hey, just a real quick thought on that, though. I mean, Wolfson was a different animal. Mandarin's a different animal. But how much do you reflect, or are you just kind of in the middle of it? You're not as old as Sully, so you're not on the beach reflecting and fishing. Yeah. But, I mean, what a dynamic for you to be at Wolfson. It's just totally different than what you're doing right now here at Mandarin with all this talent and being chased, as you said.
Yeah, I think about Wolfson every day. Every day I'm grateful. I love coaching football. You know, I don't know that there will ever be a time in my life where I'm not coaching, whether it's coaching the right defensive end's big toe for somebody when I get older or get fired or what have you. But Wolfson was hard. It was very, very hard. I had hurdles that I would put my adversity at Wolfson up against anybody's, and I've yet to lose. I mean, when I got the job, we had no footballs. I had to spend my teacher league money on 2 footballs so we could play. My JV for 2 days had to practice with a Gatorade bottle as a football. We had no headsets. And when you'd come to the game, you would see us with headsets. And what my coaching staff and I did our first year is we bought gamer headsets and plugged it into our phones so it looked like we had headsets and went on a conference call on an iPhone. I mean, my stories go on and on. You know, you win on Friday. We didn't win crap, but you lose on Friday night, and then you're at the laundromat across the street from Wolfson High School because we don't have a washing machine for 3.5 hours, sulking over the 40-point loss that you just had. I can go on and on, but what Wolfson taught me and some of my coaches that are with me were with me at Wolfson is, one, relationships are so important with the kids. You know, my first year, we had a call-up at the end of the season of the JV season. And because I did such a poor job of building relationships with those kids, the kids didn't want to come up.
Wow.
So those kids we wanted to get, and so that was a big learning lesson right there, that you can't just be so focused on your varsity that you don't build that relationship. And, you know, at Wolfson, you had to overcome so much. And so there's not much, I say to Coach Rado all the time, there ain't a whole lot that bugs me at Mandarin because we're blessed. We're blessed to have just, oh my God, we have the best administration. And I had 2 parent meetings at Wolfson where no parent showed up. You know, it's not much of a parent meeting if nobody shows up.
Wow.
But the adversity that I overcame and that my coaches and we were able to learn from makes dealing with the stuff you deal day to day in high school football just that much easier.
That's awesome. It's a great perspective from you. And listen, we won't keep you. We could tell your story for a long time, but let's tell you the right now story. And the right now story is you guys are coming off a great win, 27-21. I think we've got some of the highlights from St. Augustine Mandarin yesterday. Heck of a win, right? I mean, you must be still smiling. I know you can't sit on a win too long, but this was a big one.
It was huge. It's just amazing. It was all the kids, they were focused, they were ready to go, and we were taking advantage and overcome some adversity that we had mid-game, and our best players stepped up, and we had some spark from some players that aren't as big in names, and it was just a big, big win for us.
Sully, take it away.
Hey, Coach, I have a question. I've talked to a couple of guys. Do you like the bye week, the playoff bye week, or not?
Love it.
Okay.
Love it. I, you know, it hit last year, and I think, you know, it just, well, I guess we want to have as strong a schedule as we can to help with the power rankings and what have you. And like right now, I'm sitting at home. I got to sit on the driveway and hand out candy tonight and relax, and I'm not stressed about, you know, who I'm playing on next week. And it gives me and the kids just a little bit of a breather. And I got to admit, I really, really enjoy it.
Hey, we're seeing a bunch of different highlights here. So much about Bryson Wright. I'll get into him, why not, in a moment. But I think Tion Leitch has been tremendous for you guys. I think your running attack has been amazing. We were doing it last night here with Sully on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We did a special edition, and I said to Sully, I was like, man, they just keep rolling out running backs. I mean, Foster's been awesome, but you've got other guys. And then Knox Annis, nobody really talks about him, and I'm sure they're saying, yeah, anybody could do what he's doing. I bet you wouldn't say that, though.
Bryson is exceptional. He doesn't have a comparison, but Tion is a very, very special player that we really thought would maybe hit last year, but he just didn't quite. Bryson came in, kind of took some of those reps away, and we still had Jamie and another young man with us, and they were the main three. And so we knew the potential was there, and this year, he's been able to explode. Shanquez is fantastic. He's a hard nose. He's one of those classic running backs in high school that's strong, physical, and can do a little bit. He's not a speed demon, but he's fast enough to score. And he's not a power back, but he can run you over. He's this hybrid between the two, and we're really fortunate. And as far as Knox is concerned, if he stays on a trajectory, he could go down as the best I've ever had.
Wow, how about that? Sully, It's been an impressive team, hasn't it? I mean, they've played big-time competition. There's so much focus on Bryson, the young man, sensational sophomore, but they're more than that. And listen, I'll be honest, we asked at times, is it a couple of star players or do they have a really good football team? I think the way it's shaken out is Mandarin's got a really good football team, Sully.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think they could beat you in the air. They could beat you throwing it. And Bryson gets so much attention from the defense. It's really made White really be able to come out, and he can get the one-on-one matchups and everything like that. And I think your run game, and I really like last night, you got a lot of too tight stuff and really balanced St. Augustine up, and really good job there, Coach. Really excited for you. We'll continue to watch you and everything. And, yeah, man, good luck at it.
I appreciate you, Coach.
Hey, Toby, before we let you go, we're looking video. We actually had an ISO camera on Samorian Wingo and Bryson Wright yesterday for a lot of that game. I mean, the talent around here is unbelievable. The wide receiver talent around here is unbelievable. How much fun is that to have on a high school football field on a Friday night? You're lucky to have one of the guys, but so is Brian Braddock.
Well, I tell you, no, I'm lucky I have Brody Jennings.
Yeah, that
too. Wingo is amazing, but he's not quite as scary when Brody Jennings is on your team. And Tamaj Mitchell, we are very, very fortunate to have some incredible DBs. And so, having Brody, Wingo is a scary cat to get ready for, just like Naheem over at Bolles, just like Bryson. And but when you have Brody, it gives you just a little bit more of a pep in your step to go, I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, those guys will be teaming up, by the way, at Miami down the road, which is also pretty neat. One last one, Toby, before we let you go. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight on Halloween as we put a bow on the regular season in high school football. It seems like you guys have some edge to you, and I would think that comes from people like to talk, right? I mean, I think there's more talking going on, whether it's social media or even in front of microphones than ever before in high school football, but I think it's embraced. Might be healthy. But with that comes like some edge, and it looks like you guys have that. You're not afraid of anybody. You can't wait to show up. How much do you think that will help you in the postseason?
I think it'll help. I think that you have to find a happy median between the two. I kind of take the motto that I don't say a whole lot, but if you say something about us, I'll say something, or at least I'll let some of my coaches that are very outspoken say stuff. I reel them in pretty good. They're pretty tame. It could be so much worse. But no, I think, and Coach could talk about this. You love your kids so much that a lot of times, even though it might be just friendly, sports talk, you almost get offended because they're family to you, and you want to protect them, and you don't like anybody saying something negative about them because they're so special to you. And so I think that's probably more of it for me than anything, that it's just that competitor in me that I'm not going to let you talk about my family like that. And so I'm going to stand up and say it. And so if it's coming across as an edge, it comes from my coaches and hopefully a little bit from me, but it's definitely what we want.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little edge on a football field, that's for sure. Hey, man, happy Halloween to you. Enjoy the weekend, and can't wait to watch the Mandarin Mustangs play in the postseason. Good luck to you.
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me on. +2.
That's a baby Mandarin coach Toby Bullock doing a fantastic job. Sully, you know, it's interesting to hear the compliments back and forth from you and him, and I know you've always praised Toby, that I would have thought he was on your staff, quite frankly. But it's not always easy to manage a lot of talent. I know people would always want to, no doubt, right? You'll take it all. But it's not always easy to manage the expectations and the talent. I think Toby's done a really nice job.
Yeah, well, I think the main thing is, especially expectations for the kids. And again, they've won now in their last couple of years and had big-time players. And so now the young kids come up, they see that, they see how they act. And the only thing I ever used to worry about was the outside stuff that didn't control. That's why I asked him about the open week, because another open week, yeah, you get to rest, but then you got a week of no games, and you got another weekend with them not with you. And so now, do you worry about, oh, man, is somebody going to get in trouble at school, or somebody's going to do this? And now that's another added thing, where if you were rolling right into playoffs, your kids are structured, we're ready to go. So that was my question on him with that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Hey, we got a scoreboard behind us. Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brian, I'm going to take you over here. We show, well, maybe I won't if you're not ready to. But we got our game of the week getting set for the second half. Right now, Bolles is up 21-0 over Columbia. You can watch every play of that on our YouTube channel, Action Sports Jacks, also on actionnewsjacks.com and the Now stream. And we'll keep you updated on this as well. We're going to have Middleburg coach Ryan Wolf on in just a moment. But, Brian, let's hit a break real quick for 30 seconds here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz first.
Experience is priceless, but there's experience in being a lawyer, and there are life experiences too. You got to have both. There are a lot of good lawyers out there, but the real question is, are they good enough to take time to listen? Are they good enough to treat you with dignity and respect? In other words, are they good enough for you? When we say we're old school but not old-fashioned, we do things in a timeless, classic way that our clients really appreciate. It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jacks, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hey, welcome back to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We had a big night on Thursday. That's still, by the way, on our YouTube channel. You can watch it anytime. Both the game of the week with St. Augustine Mandarin was awesome. And then, of course, all the coverage. We had so much fun last night on the Zone Blitz. It was really cool. A lot of energy. You can see our next game of the week, which is tonight's game of the week. We had 2 this week. Is underway in the second half. Again, Bolles with the football. Bolles up 21-0. Been pretty much all Bolles so far. We'll see what happens in the second half. Both those teams with just one loss, both to St. Augustine. Meanwhile, our next guest, Brent Martineau here, by the way, Hall of Fame coach Kevin Sullivan on the line. And our next guest is from the Middleburg Broncos. They win 43-14 over North Marion last night. What a win it was, because it gets the Broncs to 8-2, their best record since 1990. I think I read, and I think I might have read that from the man joining us right now, and that is Ryan Wolf, the head coach of the Broncs. Coach, happy Halloween. Thanks for taking a few minutes, and congrats on a heck of a regular season.
Definitely, man. Appreciate you guys having me on.
I mean, what does that mean to you? You guys have already had a good year, but to kind of put a bow on it in the regular season with that 8th one last night in pretty emphatic fashion, and to cement the best win in, let me do my math here, 35 years? What an accomplishment.
Yeah, it's been a while. So, it's kind of been an uphill climb since we got there at Middleburg. We had a couple decent years to start our tenure there. And last year we went 7-3. So it's nice to keep climbing and getting better each year to go to 8-2 this year. And then hopefully that got us in the playoffs. So that would be 4 straight years of Middleburg being in the playoffs, too. Yeah, you pretty confident? I think Stuart was just telling me you guys are sitting in about the 7th spot. You feel pretty good? We were sitting at 7, and I felt like if we win, we get in. But, I don't know. Nobody knows what this algorithm is to figure out how to get in and how not to get in, what the formula is. I would hope that 8-2, beating a couple good teams, like Beachside and North Marion and teams like that. So hopefully that would get us in.
Yeah, well, if you need anybody to help you complain about it at the end, just let us know. Sully and I can handle that part for you. No problem. We've got the platform to be able to do it as well. I'm going to get Sully in just a moment here, but can you give us the dynamic at Middleburg? I've been around here 18 years. When I was first coming into town, Gary Barnage was being celebrated out there at Middleburg, of course. But there's been some lean years. You've taken over. You've done a nice job. But I think it's what has helped a little bit is that area has really grown too, right? I mean, it's just more populated than ever before. Has that contributed to some of your success?
Yeah, I mean, the population has grown a wee little bit, not too much. But, there are some new neighborhoods popping up around here. And, you guys know as neighborhoods start to grow, then your population grows, and then your school gets a little better. But, we've got, I think the biggest thing is that, we've got great admin. We got people that care about sports, great athletic director, so a lot of good sports, too, at Middleburg. So it was just a matter of time, I think, before we got the right mix in there to have a good football team.
Yeah, Sully, you know all about all those ingredients, right? It takes a bunch of it to make it work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. You know what I'm probably the most impressed with, Ryan, is that you you got a heart like mine. We're going to get big and physical and pound you a little bit and then run the play action stuff, and we're going to get big and strong. And that's one of the things that I think to help you is who you are and and now your kids take ownership of that. Don't you feel that's a plus for you guys?
First off, Coach, how you been, man?
Man, I've been great, man. I've been great.
And you are pretty similar to me. Like, there's nothing that puts a bigger smile on my face than watching power being ran correctly. So, but yeah, even all those teams that I've been OCs for, we kind of have an identity. And like you said, we've known each other for a while. We're big on running the ball and playing action and moving the pocket and stuff. So, and that's kind of what we have started from day one in Middleburg. Weight room. This is what we're going to be. This is our identity. So, really just building on that and trying to create that foundation.
Ryan, give us a little bit more on your background. And am I correct in remembering? I'm getting old, man, so remind me. But you were the OC at Clay, right, in that crazy Bishop Kenny game?
Yeah, I was the OC. That was actually my first year being an OC. It was 2013 for Clay when we made that run to the state championship game. We beat Ribault in round one, and then the crazy game versus Bishop Kenny, 74-73. Then the following week, we won 9-7 versus Pensacola Catholic. Then we beat St. Pete Lakewood, and then we had American Heritage in the state championship game. But we had some good runs there at Clay.
Yeah,
I think at the 4 years I was the OC there, I think we were in the Final Four every year there.
Yeah, no doubt. That was a fun run. I mean, what a way to start it. But how about prior to that? What's your football background prior to that? And then eventually, obviously, you end up working your way through Clay County and become the head coach of the Bronx.
Yeah, I've been mostly in Clay County. I was 1 year at Creekside, but pretty much every year I've been in Clay County. I've been at Fleming, OP. I've been at Fleming twice, OP twice. Let's see, and then Clay twice. And then now at Middleburg. I was 1 year at Nice, too, so I was 2 years in St. Johns County.
Got a lot of good training in all those different spots and now settled in, really, here at Middleburg. If you do get a chance to make the playoffs, which hopefully that will happen based on your season, how do you feel like your football team is playing at this point, especially through some of the tougher part of your schedule in the last 4 or 5 weeks? And are you healthy for this time of year? I know nobody's completely healthy, but how do you feel about your healthier football team?
We're pretty healthy. We're a little banged up, just like everybody else at the end of the season. We're missing a couple key guys, but I'm sure if you ask everybody, they're missing at least 1 or 2 or 3 key guys by this time in the season. But I think we're pretty healthy. I think we got a pretty good chance if we can get in. I feel like this might be that year where our region, even though the region's really good, I feel like the region is pretty balanced. I don't feel like there's any teams like that those last 2 or 3 years that we made the playoffs, like the 1 through like 4 or 5 seeds were like so much better than everybody else in the region was. I feel like the playing field's a little more level this year. So I feel like whoever gets in, any of those 8 teams that get in our region have a chance to make some noise.
Sully, before we let Coach go, I know you obviously built a bunch of programs, and these are steps, right? They're building blocks to 7-3, 8-2, crossing off things like, hey, best record since 1990, which is it's fun though, right? I mean, isn't it fun to do that and check those things off? And then I guess I don't know where the next rung on the ladder goes for Coach Wolf in Middleburg, but man, making those steps, that becomes very rewarding when you can keep climbing.
Well, I think the thing that Coach is doing is, and he's building the program like with his. I do want to tell you, Coach, I saw the picture you posted with your son. Man, he's going to be taller than you before it's over with. Sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to say that to you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's overcoming genetics.
But, yeah, so every little thing you're doing, and now the next step is to get the playoff wins and just keep building and building your community and get your feeders going through. And I know you and your staff and Martin Affleck, the principal, they're really got to be pleased with the direction you guys are going.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just really happy. You know, I've been in the county for a long time, and, you know, you go to Middleburg games, and even when they weren't having a lot of success, you would still see the stands were packed and people were still, you know, I mean, the town's closed down and everybody's going to Middleburg football games. So, like, man, I'm just real happy that we can give that community a football team that they can be proud of, and at the same time creating a lot of memories for our kids and creating a great high school football experience for those guys.
Well, you're doing that, and keep it up. Good luck, and we'll be rooting for you. See if you get in those postseason. I think you will, but we'll see what the FHSAA says and the computers say. And, hey, someday you can be just like Sully, sitting there talking on a show down at the beach in Flagler, fishing this morning. Yesterday, painting the house, completing the honey-do list. But for now, enjoy coaching on Friday nights.
Absolutely. That's the dream. I want to be like Sully when I grow up.
Just about everybody.
Man.
Everybody says that comes on the show. It's amazing. Thanks, man. Have a good weekend and good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. That is Middleburg Broncos coach Ryan Wolf. And what a job he's done. It's been fun to watch that at Middleburg. And let's see where they go. I think a lot of people are like, okay, they're not really playing unbelievable competition early on, but they're getting through it and they're playing well. And then you do run into Ponte Vedra, who obviously is good, but you beat Beachside. That Beachside win was a real good win, and then North Marion to put an exclamation point on the season. Good for those guys. That's pretty cool to see. Bolles just kicked the field goal, 24-0 now is the score, and Columbia obviously has to get something going on offense, but they just have not been able to do so most of the night. Hey, I want to hit another break real quick, just 30 seconds, and we'll come back. I think we're going to talk about coaches' pay. It might be Sully's favorite topic. We could get into that with Jeff Gierke. I think he's going to try to get in for a few minutes. There's a big day coming up around high school football on Tuesday in Tallahassee, so we'll take a little bit of a look ahead to that here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We'll be back right after this.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old.
But at Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance, underpaid car crash claims, or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jax, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hi, welcome back here to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. I mean, usually we have 5 games going on here. Yesterday we had 3. It's kind of a weird night because of back-to-back nights of high school football with everything that's going on around our area with Florida, Georgia tomorrow. So normally, if people are new to this, normally high school football in Duval County goes to Thursday because of security reasons. They don't have enough security to get to all the events and the high school football. So for years and years now, Thursday night has been a thing here in Jacksonville during Florida, Georgia week. And then I think on top of this, the Halloween holiday, if you will, tonight being a Friday, moved some other games there as well, which I believe that's the case Sully. I don't think it was a head start to next week's bye week. So I've got to believe Halloween played a little bit of a role in some of the other games, like in St. Johns County and Clay County moving to Thursday night.
Yeah, and I know in being in Duval the years I was in there, we actually looked forward to the Thursday night game late in the year. It was good for the coaches. It was good for all the kids, whether you were getting ready to go to the playoffs or that ended it, whether you ended the day early. So we've always done it, and I think Clay County's done it also. Clay and St. John's have moved up a little bit because I think towards the end of the year, everybody's ready to go, and it's just easy, and everybody looks forward to that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, we're looking at Bolles putting together a heck of a performance. Columbia is a good football team, maybe a little on the younger side. Only have one loss, so they've played excellent. Brian Allen, we have a lot of respect for both these coaches, Matt Toblin and Brian Allen. What do you make of Bolles and maybe even Columbia going forward? Looks like Bolles is going to get another dub and be primed and ready for a postseason run once again.
Well, first off, Columbia is a pretty young team. Coach Allen being back and got back last year was the first year they sort of took their lumps, but they're still a relatively young team. So he's building that for them to be able to have the success they're having with the schedule that they play is really great. And Bolles, I believe what we talked about earlier in the year when St. Augustine beat them, and I said that would probably be good for them because it looks like they've really made the commitment since that game is to really focus on the run and then work all the play action and still throw it and do that. But now everybody knows they have to going up to stop Edwards. And by doing that, that's really opened up the passing game. And those kids up front for Bolles has done a great job.
Yeah, they just got excellent talent. Looks like might have the backup quarterback in Weatherly was in most of the first half. And I don't know if something happened there because we've been doing this show. But let's listen to the guys for a couple of moments here and see what they're talking about. It's Noah Schlichtsup and Brody McGuff on the call of our Whataburger Game of the Week.
In the middle. Nowhere for Xander Edwards to go. He's going to bring up a second down.
Looks like it'll be an empty backfield. Tolan, sophomore, 6'0", 200. Completed 71% of his passes this season for 242 yards and a touchdown. Operates as a point guard, does a nice job distributing the football. Can't get the snap off in time. Be a delay of game. 5 minutes, 27 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 24-0 Bolles is our score. Tolan was recently out at Notre Dame for a visit with Asher Giddo and Xander Edwards. Edwards' dad actually played at Notre Dame, fullback, and had himself some very nice years for the Fighting Irish. Edwards' dad, Mark, 9 years in the NFL, won a Super Bowl with the Patriots in 2002. Tom Brady's first Super Bowl. And there's his son, Xander. He's been making a name for himself this season. Drives up to the 45-yard line, and it will be third down and 8 yards to go.
Yeah, tough running for Edwards yet again. Columbia did a good job of making sure it wasn't bigger than what it already was. Bringing up a third down, and Columbia definitely needs to get off the field here. I would think Columbia sent some heat with the second string QB in.
That's exactly what they do against the Blitz. Tolan rolling right, fires across his body, was looking for Teetsy, but that ball hit the ground.
All right, so there's an update on the Bolles Columbia Game of the Week, and we'll continue to follow that. Again, you can watch every play of that one. It's 24-0 Bolles out there in Lake City, Columbia, our second game of the week that we've been showing the entire broadcast. We'll keep you updated here, too, on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. But you can watch all of that one also on YouTube, on our Action Sports Jacks channel, and on ActionNewsJacks.com, the Action News Jacks Now stream. And you can watch us at Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network, actionsportsjacks.com, and also on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere else. So each and every Friday night as we put a bow on the regular season. And joining us right now, the Clay football coach, Jeff Gierke, as we go back out to Clay County, as we just had Ryan Wolf from Middleburg on. And Coach, thanks for jumping in. Sorry about I gave you the wrong number there. I'm getting old, man. I gave you an 8 instead of a 6.
Hey, it's Halloween. It's all good.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of Halloween, you guys played yesterday, enjoying a Friday night off. I know you didn't enjoy that game because you lost 31-28, but probably nice to have Halloween off.
Yeah. I mean, it was good for the kids and administrators. That's why we moved the game. Couldn't find enough coverage, I guess, over at Orange Park. So it's one of the few times. It happens every 7 years.
Yeah, there you go. How about the game last night, and how about your football team here in year one? Where are you guys? Obviously it was a pretty good game, 31-28. Where are you as a football team now compared to where you were when this thing started?
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. We only had 6 seniors this season, and 3 of them were starters. So we got a lot of kids coming back next year, and we got better as the year went on. And that's what you want to do when you take over a program, especially with that many first-year starters and kids that have never even played football. You want to end the year, it would have been nice to end on a high note, and we certainly put ourselves in a position, but in the end, we just made too many mistakes. But hopefully, like they say, you got to lose close, and then you start winning close, and then you start winning big. So we're hoping the losing close is over.
Yeah, that would be nice. We've got our Hall of Fame coach, Kevin Sullivan, here with us as well, and he knows all about building programs.
What's up, Dirk?
So we were just talking to Ryan Wolf, who used to be at Clay. I mean, Clay, you can get it going at Clay.
Everybody used to be at Clay.
Yeah, well, I know everybody used to. Hey, that's part of the problem, right? That's what you've got to deal with right now. There's been a lot of turnover, but if you can steady that thing, you can make it work at Clay.
Well, that was one of the reasons I really pursued the job is the history that's there, and it's one of the fastest growing places in the entire First Coast area. I mean, they're building new houses every single day. So if we can get it moving in the right direction and build it the right way, we're going to have so much of an influx of kids that we got a chance to do something special and bring it back to prominence.
Sully, take it away.
What's up, Girk? How you doing, buddy?
Sully, you back in town?
Oh, yeah. We've been back a couple of weeks. They were just sending me grandbaby pictures. They went out somewhere trick-or-treating. She dressed up like a lamb. So Coach get ready to have a baby up here pretty soon, his first one, too. Brian, I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that.
So it was nice. Kaylee's been ready for me to get the season over with so we can focus on the baby. So season's over.
Yeah, okay. just a little focus on the baby. And tell her it's still 365. It's still a full-time job. But you felt like offensively you guys made some really good strides. Your quarterback's a young kid, right?
Yeah. It was his second-year starter, but, he's still only a junior, and he's just an animal. Turns out he played the whole second half with a broken wrist and threw for like 125 yards the second half. He's an animal. He's a kid that's, it's state placer at 175 in wrestling last year. He's a real tough kid. And, we were just so young on the line of scrimmage. I mean, we ended up starting 3 sophomores most of the year. And I don't care who you are, that's just hard for a kid that's 15, 16 years old to go up against St. Augustine and Lake City, Columbia, and some of the teams we had to play, but we found some stuff, and we got a lot of talent coming back. We returned 9 or 10 starters. A lot of kids that played a lot of young, really talented kids. So I think offensively we'll be able to take a huge step forward next year.
Jeff Gierke with us, the Clay coach. Hey, I'm not going to keep you too long, but one of the reasons we wanted to get you on, it's a big day in Tallahassee on Tuesday. I know you've helped around this area in the state spearhead a movement, and I know Sully's certainly talked about this a lot over the years with us and everyone else about getting coaches more pay. Can you give us a sense of what's going to happen on Tuesday and where this whole thing is at? Do you feel like there's momentum to at least bring it to Tallahassee in the way it's going to be presented?
There's a ton of momentum. We're so much closer. We're not beyond the red zone. We're inside the 10-yard line. It feels like it's just working out all the details and and where's all the funding going to come from? What coaches are going to be covered under this in year one? And just it's kind of now it goes into the legislative process, and you got a lot of lawyer type people that have got to draft the bill the way it needs to be and do all the little details that you don't think about. But everybody in Tallahassee on both sides of the aisle understands how important it is, because it is almost an epidemic of coaching turnover. So I feel really, really confident that this thing is going to get through. And we're really pushing to make sure it gets through for at least the majority of coaches this first year. The biggest, hiccup we're running into is, there's 67 counties in the state of Florida, and you'd be amazed at how many of them only have the basic sports. I mean, it doesn't even get to volleyball in some counties. So it's trying to work out how to make it universal so that it can fit every county. And then we can work on how do we add, like lacrosse, it's really big in First Coast, but you go to some of the panhandles and they don't even know what lacrosse is.
Right.
Sully, how big of a deal is this? I think it's a huge deal, but how for you sitting here listening to Jeff and all the work he's put in, and so many other coaches and former coaches that have kind of brought it to this point, and it feels like he just said inside the 10-yard line maybe. How big of a deal is this for even all the retired coaches to see this happening?
Well, it's a big deal, and the thing that I think some people got lost on early on, it's all coaches. It's not just football.
Yeah.
It's not just football. It's every sport. They're trying to get it to make it advantageous. So now you're going to have coaches that are working year-round anyways, and to make a decent wage. And everybody knows, and football's the big one, because in football you make a lot of money at the gate. It helps all the other sports. But as you do that, the coaches don't stay around long enough because they're getting $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year. And some counties you only get 75% in the fall, and then they give you 25% for the month of May, which is actually pretty good in the month of May, but the other isn't. But yeah, so anything that they can do to get this thing much better, so we stop the influx of coaches leaving the state and going to Georgia and getting paid like we should be getting paid, because it's important. And I've said this for 25 years. It's the greatest dropout prevention of anything. Athletics and extracurricular activities, band, cheerleading, whatever, are the greatest dropout prevention in public schools, in all schools.
No doubt about it. Jeff, I don't want to keep you much longer, but just a final thought. I mean, you put a ton of work into this, right? And is there some emotion involved with it, or you're just kind of a happy guy going into Tuesday that you feel like it's in a good spot?
It's emotional. My dad just finished his 50th year coaching, and that's why I got into this. Is I see him, and I work for Coach Sullivan, and those guys dedicated their entire lives to young men and women, and they never got to see the fruits of it in their bank account. I know neither one of them would trade it a day for the lives that they touched, but at some point you got to be able to take care of your family. And I'm just worried that my generation might be the last ones that are lifers in this business if we don't change it. And I want everybody that wants to get into this to be able to afford we're not asking to be millionaires, but at some point we got to be able to take care of our own, no matter how much we care about the kids in the sports that we coach. It's impossible to do that and then come home and you can't pay the bill. So, watching guys like my dad and Coach Sullivan do this for so long and nothing ever happened, for us to be this close, it's going to be emotional when it passes. That's for darn sure.
Just can you just give us the next steps? I mean, so Tuesday it's in Tallahassee, this whole presentation, and then how is there a long way still to go, even if things trend in a good way?
So this is the first real step with the legislative process. They're going to work out a lot of kinks. Everybody's going to put their 2 cents in to what they'd like to see in it. And then it kind of goes to reconciliation to really, hash it out. And then the legislative session that's going to start in January is really where we're going to see this thing start moving. We'll have the final bill by then. But this is kind of like the framework session to move it forward till we can get to that point. And then we've got there's a lot of people that don't want this to happen. You got a lot of teachers unions and outside lobbyists that because there's always so much money that's up for grabs, especially in education. Everybody wants a piece of it, and they're fighting for their projects. But we're going to give it everything we got to make sure we take care of the men and women out there that are putting in all this time for everybody else's kids. And that's what's most important is we're doing this for the kids, and before too long, there's not going to be anybody to take our place if we keep the guys that go to Georgia or just up and quit because they can't afford to keep doing it. So it looks like January is going to be a really big month into February, and if everything goes well, this could be signed into law in March. What that bill would look like in its final form, we're hoping it's what we propose. Where it's definitely going to be at $15 an hour, and then it's going to be determined on how many hours they feel is appropriate for head coaches of these sports and assistant coaches in the sports. And then the biggest thing that we're trying to make sure gets passed this first go-around is take coaches out of the collective bargaining for teachers, because even if we can't get wrestling and lacrosse and weightlifting into this first round of the bill, you could go to your parent booster clubs and negotiate a contract to up your pay as opposed to just your coaching supplement. You could actually have the boosters pay you a stipend. It would go through the school board. It would get taxed just like everything. It wouldn't be anything that's under the table, but you can negotiate a contract to make an extra couple $1,000 because, like it or not, all these programs, the best ones are year-round. They're working just as hard as any other sport, and, they're not even making close what football coaches make, which isn't a lot. Right.
Yeah. Hey, very well said. Very eloquent about it. I know you've done a lot of work on it, so appreciate you shedding some light. And when's that baby due, by the way?
January 27th, but Kaylee wants her to be here January 26th for the even numbers. 126-26. But Sully knows. Sully knows Kaylee. It sounds like her. But, yeah, Betty Blair will be here in 3 months.
That's awesome. Good luck.
Awesome, man.
Have a great holiday season. Good luck with all this, and appreciate you taking a few minutes here on this Friday night to share a big moment that could be soon happening for coaches in the state of Florida.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
You bet.
All right, buddy.
That is Jeff Gierke, the head coach at Clay, and you're number one there, and obviously has a long background. So you guys go way back, Sully. I can't remember your coach. I should have like a chart out here with your coaching tree. Like I forget. I'm getting old too. But
so the funny thing is, way back in the day, I was an assistant coach, and we played against his dad's team down there. His dad was in Orlando for a bunch of years, and played against his dad's team. And then when I went to Ed White, we got hooked up at Ed White. And he came over there and ran the defense for me and everything.
That's cool. Has anybody, like what Jeff's doing, I don't even know what his official title is in all of this, but what he's doing, like who used to do that in the area? Or is there always someone assigned, or is that just him taking this?
Yeah, no, last year they finally set out through the legislation, this Florida Coaches Coalition, and they asked guys that were in. They needed a North Florida guy. They needed a guy in Gainesville, a guy in Orlando, a guy in the Panhandle. They got like 8 guys throughout the state, South Florida, Southwest Florida, and that's how they sort of got this committee really going once it started. Once we got to one representative that said, yes, we need to do something about this. And so all these guys got together, and for the last year, they've really been doing a really nice job with it. And I hope it comes to fruition and they get an increase because and I know when I first started my first head coaching job in 1990, I made $2,400. And my last head coaching job in 2018, I made $5,400.
Amazing.
And
so for people like, not people don't talk about money a lot, right? And in high school, whatever, or even in jobs. But just if you're new to this conversation, I mean, across the border in Georgia, people, I don't know if everybody is, but there are people making north of $100,000 to coach high school football. So, like, that's not what these guys are all asking for in the state of Florida. In fact, again, this isn't just a football thing, as Sully reminded us. I mean, this is across the board because of the efforts that go into coaching, and it just doesn't add up. Logically, it doesn't make sense that high school coaches are making what they're coaching. Sully just gave us a great example. Now, I'm not sure logically it makes sense for a guy in Georgia to make over $100,000 either. That's certainly up for debate. But somewhere in there, close the gap a little bit and don't have people moving out and then moving north, which we've seen so many times.
Right, so
Keep
many
our
times.
good coaches. Like that's real in all sports. That's really the mission here, right?
And the thing that when this first started that I proposed to him was like in Georgia, all the head coaches are on 12 months.
Yeah.
So, and all the Florida coaches are on 10 months. So if they paid me and they tied it into the teaching salary, so if they paid me my teaching salary for 2 more extra months, that probably ends up being about $10,000 more a year. Well, now all of a sudden, okay, I'm getting $10 more grand a year to be the head football coach. So now my supplement's $15,000.
Yeah.
So that's how, like, this thing sort of started. People don't realize that. They're like, well, you don't work in the summer. And I'm like, we work in the summer. We worked in the summer whether we got paid or not because we're going to lift and be competitive and 7-on-7 now, and we're taking kids to camp and do all that stuff. So,
yeah, this is going to be interesting. But I didn't know it would be as – like, I heard good things about this. I didn't know Jeff would be as confident. And it sounds like he's really confident that this is going in the right direction, at least in some way, shape, or form. And so we'll have an update for you next week, and hopefully it lands in a good spot. And even all that will move fast. I mean, it's hard to get things in Tallahassee probably to move fast. And I think by next spring of 26, that's a pretty good deal to have this thing almost wrapped up. So we'll see where it goes. But interesting development coming up across all sports, not just high school, but it is high school football. It's spearheaded by football because that's where the money is made on Friday nights for a lot of athletic departments, as Sully said, and that's across the board. Pretty common deal for high school football. We know how good and big high school football is here in the state of Florida. That's why we're doing 5 hours a night on a Friday because it's a big deal. Sully, let's take a look at some of the games from Thursday night. We had so many of them, and we had a lot of fun with this Ed White-Baldwin game. So I'm not going to go through all the highlights. We're going to show some of the highlights, but what a game. And I just come out of this football game. One, I thought Baldwin was tough. We found out later Lawrence Johnson said he had a couple guys banged up. But number 9 there in chase mode, King Boylston, he had a big fourth quarter and overtime. He's really coming along at QB for the Commanders.
yeah, you could just see the last few weeks, the last 4 or 5 weeks, confidence-wise, trusting in his receivers, running their offense and everything, and really did a good job. And one thing I think that you pointed out last night that really appreciates the young man is when he sort of leapfrogged that kid and got the 2-point conversion, he didn't go crazy celebrating that, and he just flipped the ball to the official and jogged off to the sideline. And I really like that little old school, little old soul.
Yeah, that is pretty good. He stayed calm, and he delivered. That was a 4th down play right there. That was a beautiful ball. When he threw that ball, I thought it was deep, maybe a little long. It was perfect. And then they scored in overtime. They get a fumble recovery in overtime and a nice win for Lawrence Johnson. And Ed White, as King Boylston and company, beat Baldwin. And Baldwin's been a fun team to watch all season, too. So hats off for another exciting game. I'm going to catch up to some scores. Let's see where we're at. Palatka beating Zarephath 36-14. Episcopal over Ridgeview 36-13 happened last night. First Coast, Andrew Jackson. First Coast put it on them 54-8. We might even show some of those highlights in a little bit. Let's see if we got some updates of today's games. A lot of these were last night. And I don't really see a lot of from these were all last night, at least that we've got on the board right now. We can tell you that the Bolles game has 9 minutes to go or so in the fourth quarter, and it's all Bolles. So Bolles is going to win another football game, and then essentially just about everybody goes into next week with a bye. And we do have a what's the game? Beachside Fleming Island on Tuesday night. That was a game that it was a rainy night. They scheduled it for Tuesday. So they'll play Tuesday, and that will impact who wins that district. Ponte Vedra's still in play. Beachside, and I think both Beachside and Fleming Island in play. Stuart will probably come running out here and let me know which one. But there's still stuff in play there in that district to see who wins. But, well, we're going to have a pretty clean look at what's going on. Then brackets will come out, and then we get playoffs going in the second week of November. We do have SSAA playoffs going on right now. We'll have some of that for you tonight on the Friday Night Blitz. Let's take a look at some other games from last night. Creekside and Ponte Vedra, and I mentioned Ponte Vedra has won 6 in a row now, and that defense is stingy. Really like Coach Price over there at PV, and they over the years, Sully, especially under Price, they can beat you in different ways, right? They really can grind it out the run attack, and then they've got the passing game going. And you just mentioned at the top of the show today, they really look like they've got the defense going right now at Ponte Vedra.
Yeah, they've really played well down the stretch. They got the loss to Beachside, which is probably their last loss before they got on this streak, and I think they just didn't really play that well that night. And Beachside's a really good football team offensively, especially. And, I really believe that they're going to be one of those tough outs, man. I think they're a tough out. I think Ed White, because of the ability offensively to score points the way they do, is going to be a tough out. Hopefully the special teams get a little worked out and the kid gets back that I believe the long snapper that might have been out, he gets back. And I think both those teams are tough outs. And again, and we know Bolles and St. Augustine and Oakleaf and Rains are all going to be tough outs. It should be a lot of fun in the playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll talk more about those top teams in just a few minutes. One note on Creekside. They are in the postseason. They won the district championship. They're actually the 9th team in their region, but they're going to bump somebody out because of winning the district championship. So that's the way this works. So if you're on the 7-8 bubble, you got to look out for what's behind you if you don't have a district champion, because they got to get all the district champs in. And that's really what Creekside's going to do most likely to someone else in their classification. Let's keep it rolling a little bit from last night. We got Beachside highlights and Nice. And Beachside, again, has that big game coming up on Tuesday. Didn't have Eddie Jordan, at least some of the night last night, and Nice once again finds a way to get the dub. Talk about doing it in a variety of ways. You never know if Nice is going to put up 50 or just go shut someone out. They got it on both sides of the ball when they're working well, Sully.
Yeah, and like we talked about too, boy, they graduated a bunch of kids, especially defensively last year, and they seem like have not missed a beat. One point in the year, they had 3 shutouts in a row. They beat somebody 10-0, and the next week they scored 45. You know what I mean? So the really the word I'm looking for is they're very exciting on both sides. They can beat you both ways. They have an advantage, I think, because Coach Traff does a really good job in their system.
So Nice, keep an eye on them with Colin Drafts. Again, they're going to be a dangerous team. They're right in the middle of pack of their classification. They're in, but we'll see what they can do in the postseason. A couple teams, by the way, Providence, Bishop Kenny. I don't know if we can go Trinity and Fletcher in a second, but look at you, Brian. There we go. There's Providence, Bishop Kenny. Bishop Kenny. They've had a nice season. I don't know if everybody saw this come. Maybe they did at BK. Providence, I was referencing, they lose 42-10. It was a big loss because they were just on the edge of the playoffs and now probably on the outside looking in for the postseason when this all shakes out. But BK, meanwhile, Sully, a team that, man, when they got it going well, they really look good.
Yeah, and they, schedule-wise, I believe if I'm not mistaken, the last 4 or 5 games, they've had running clocks on all their opponents.
Yeah.
And they had the big win early against UC, and then, of course, Bolles jumped all over them and everything. But they played well. They could score some points. They play really good defense. And it depends on where they fall as far as the district. They're probably going to have another rematch with Bolles, which is good and isn't good. I believe Yulee helped them because they're going to avoid Rains. I believe BK is going to avoid Rains unless they get all the way down to the final 8. So I think they're going to make a tough out. I think they're going to be pretty good.
Hey, by the way, Joey Wiles helping out on that staff for Coach Krause and Bishop Kenny. Just back on the field a few times a week. I actually saw Coach Wiles today. He was helping celebrate Brandon James, who went into the Florida-Georgia Hall of Fame. We might actually hear from Brandon James in a little bit, but I know Joey Wiles means so much to high school football around here, and it was good to see him today. And good to see him back on the field helping out. See, he just can't get away. You can, Sully. But it took a couple of times. It's really hard to get away. Meanwhile, Trinity and Fletcher, they played yesterday. And here's another one of your old pals, Joe Reynolds. They named the field after Joe Reynolds. So congratulations to him. Trinity, though, would get the win 21-7. And here they come. The Conquerors look primed and ready, as we continue to say. It's very predictable, even after the slow start, that they would be ready to go at this time of year. And it looks like they are.
Yeah, they've just gotten better. 6-4. I believe they started 0-4 or 1-3. I believe they started 1-3, and they've just sort of get through that hard part of the schedule. They learn a lot about their team early on, and then their kids have continued to fight, continue to battle, and there's a lot of pride over there at Trinity. And Coach Dorney's been doing it a long time, so he get them ready to go, and they're into playoff football now.
Hey, Stuart Weber has joined me out here. That means I probably was messing up some of these like numbers and rankings and districts or whatever. Like I have no idea. He gave me color-coded stuff last night, but I'm just like guessing that I got it right. How are we doing?
You're pretty good.
All right. How's the pizza?
Pizza's good.
Hey, speaking of pizza,
I did my best to make a dent.
How about we take that shot right there for pizza? Because Donato's Pizza, one of the local restaurants in town that is helping out local residents. If you've got a Florida EBT card, you can get 75% off any pizza. No strings attached. Neighbors helping neighbors. So anybody impacted by the SNAP benefits for families has been a huge story, obviously, around the country here in the state of Florida, here in Jacksonville. So Donato's helping out. Check them out. They're on Mandarin and Beach Boulevard there in Jacks Beach.
So one of the key points that I wanted to come out and talk about, and you were talking about the loss for Providence, whether that is going to be the thing that bumps them perhaps out of the playoffs. And here's the thing, with this algorithm that Max Preps uses for their rankings, we have no idea.
We don't know.
Okay, so Providence came into the week as the number 8 seed in the region, as the last team that would make it in. The number 9 was NFEI, North Florida Educational Institute. So the question that we then have to have, and it was by like decimal points. They were really close.
It was pretty close.
Because they do have the point total show up in the rankings on the FHSAA website. So you can tell if it's feasible. If you're like 5 points behind someone, you're not going to catch them, right? But if you got decimal points, there's a chance you can pass, catch, whatever. So the question we have is a loss to a really good Bishop Kenny team going to benefit Providence more than a win for NFEI against Young Kids in Motion tonight. They did win. They won big. They won handily. But it was against a team with no resume, no strength of schedule. And basically, that's the question.
And that's what we always ask.
Is a win that you're going to win 100 times out of 100 going to be better than a loss against a team that maybe beat 10 out of 100 times?
Yeah, and I don't know the difference in height. I know this so well because I've done the math before in baseball and softball in high school. I don't get into the math on the football as much. But I do know, like Max Preps in baseball, softball, and some other sports versus FHSAA rankings don't factor in how bad you beat a team.
Yeah.
Right? Strength of victory. I don't know if that's the case in football because they did lose 42-10 to Providence.
Yeah.
I mean, to Bishop Kenny.
They did.
So, yeah, that's a mystery. We just don't know. It's another thing I think Georgia does best. Somebody just said recently where they actually give you the formula.
That was me.
Oh, it was you.
It was on the website.
Yeah.
You can go on the website and click any team in any region standings and see where they rank in the power standings. It shows their record, their opponent, like their strength of schedule, opponent's strength of schedule, and then opponent's strength of schedule. Like those are the things that go into their power rankings that they use. And so like you can go and see that on their website transparently, click a button, and it breaks it down for you team by team.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really useful if, you want to know what's going to happen.
And the reason, by the way, they use the Max Prep system, which is proprietary, so they don't know the actual system. Which, again, don't get us going on the soap. I mean, it's goofy.
We'll get going on that for sure.
I was just sharing that's why. That's the why. Hey, one other thing, guys, and this is interesting because we might hear from Brandon James in a minute on this because we're going to talk St. Augustine. St. Augustine and Choctaw, Sully. Those are the two top teams.
Right.
And Choctaw lost, I think, last night. I'm pretty sure they lost. Because I think that's what they were telling me today. And then St. Aug obviously lost. Mm-hmm. So they don't know who's going to be 1 or 2. And they really feel like there's a collision course. So that's going to be an interesting ranking.
Choctaw did lose to Enterprise.
Yeah, so if whoever ends up number 1's a big deal, right, Sully? Because you don't have to drive so far to play Choctaw or vice versa.
Well, the thing is, they played an out-of-state team, and I don't believe they factor in the out-of-state teams into the equation.
Interesting.
So then they probably will drop to number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that if they do meet, they'll have to travel there, and they won't be home. That's why you want to be the number 1 seed. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I know that's been a complaint that, the teams that go, like Lake City goes and loses to Valdosta, and it doesn't do anything for him, counts it as like not playing a game.
Huh. It wouldn't help him either, right? It just doesn't count.
Right. It just doesn't count, so you're only down like 9 games played instead of 10.
Yeah, I get the pickle there because it's hard to know the strength of another team out of state. But maybe that's, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one. But anyway, that's an interesting deal just to think. It could be Choctaw and St. Aug. And someone's going to have to go on the road. Hey, let's do that right now. Actually, Brandon James, give him a shout out because he's doing a heck of a job at St. Augustine as the offensive coordinator. And today, at the Florida-Georgia Hall of Fame luncheon, he was part of 4 members now inducted into the Hall of Fame. Had a chance to MC that event over at the Hyatt Regency, and Sony Michel as well, and Freddie Gibbons Gilbert, and Todd Johnson from the Florida Gators. So those guys all there, and there you go. It was a fun afternoon.
I like
it
that
always
jacket.
is.
That's a nice
jacket.
jacket.
It's a new touch that they have now with the jacket.
Yeah.
So a couple dogs and a couple Gators, and we were talking to Brandon James after, mostly about high school football for this purpose.
What you're doing at St. Aug?
It's a blast. And being at St. Aug, being back home is tough at times, but at the same time, I truly feel like that's what God kind of pushed me to do, to come back and help the kids from where I'm from and look like me, and you'll face adversity and don't have it perfect, aren't blessed with amazing abilities and size and all that good stuff, but to come and coach and try to scheme it up and help them out, is something that I take with a lot of passion. Coach Braddock gave me the opportunity to be the offensive coordinator at the school and work up under him, and it's something that I take with a lot of pride. I always tell people, I say I'm an offensive coordinator before I ever say I'm a teacher, which is teaching, right? But to be able to, I really truly think that's my job and profession is coaching, and it's a passion. I told Coach Meyer this morning, if he'll come watch me coach, he'll think I'm a little urban. I'm running around screaming, and just a passion and try to just push kids, man. And it's a different era, so I really, really enjoy the role of being the guy that can instill some of those old school principles in them,
How fun is it to coach your kid? We saw a moment yesterday where he might have been barking at that play caller coming off the field.
Yeah. Well, these kids these days, man, they'll come back at you, right? I've had kids. My guy C.J. Jenkins at University of Central Florida, he told me last year, Coach, give me the ball. The Devontae Lyons, my guy that's at FIU, same thing, right? And I see a lot of that. I was the same way. I would come off and tell Coach Ross the same thing, get me the ball. And so it's one of those things where, as a coach, just how to take that and coach them hard, but at the same time, when you have guys that want that kind of pressure on them and wanting the ball and want to be the guy to make the plays and control the outcome, you do accordingly and get them the ball. That's smart as a coach.
He's played really well. Who's that? Britton.
Oh yeah. Well, again, man, that's my brother. That's my son, my dad's last son, right? And so being a part of his growth, right? From a freshman, grinding him. He's always been a backup to Lachlan Hewitt, who's at USF, and was a tremendous quarterback, so he had to learn behind that, right? And, he works with Locke's dad, Will, who's obviously a world-renowned quarterback trainer. And so just to see his growth from grinding with Will, doing what we did in the offseason in the weight room, and seeing him take the field now and just play at a high level, it's good. I wish last night he was able to do more. We were able to help him a little more to where he would have made a few more. But his season, the stats he's put up, I think he's over at like 30s plus touchdowns total, over probably like 2,500 passing now. And so the season he's had, man, you first year starter, you can't sneeze at that at all. So I'm extremely proud of him, but he has a lot of work to get to, and he'll be here today, so he'll get to enjoy this with me as well. So again, it's something that I'm glad God just kind of put it all together. So him and my son are able to see it, so we can just when I grind them and work them, they don't have any questions now. Like, look, this is what it's about.
That's awesome. Good stuff, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, that's Brandon James. Hey, Coach, we have no shame whatsoever. We just found out after that interview that Brandon James is not his son, it's his younger brother. I had no idea. We were calling him his son. And I was asking questions. I think he was looking at me like, what are you talking about? And it's one of those interesting deals where he's got a younger brother, 16 years old, and he's 38. His son is actually older than his younger brother. So pretty wild, but obviously still pretty cool too, right? To be able to be the play caller for your younger brother. Brandon James has played fantastic for them. So we'll keep seeing if those two and the rest of St. Augustine can make a run.
By the way, Asher Giddo there with another sack I know he had at least one
He had one
earlier.
earlier. He's got 18, 19 now.
That's at least 19. I don't know if another one happened to get him to 20 over the course of this game, but I know he wants to get there. That might be why he's in there. He's getting after the quarterback. We almost had it there happening right now. That would have been awesome.
I'm a little surprised some of their guys are still in. I just saw Xander Edwards score again, but obviously Bolles is winning big. You can catch the end of that game every play on our Action Sports Jacks YouTube channel, also Action News Jacks now. But it's closing up and ending up, and we'll actually have it on actionsportsjacks.com. We're going to go switch studios. We've got the Friday Night Blitz coming up, stream only.
Yep.
Just here on the stream because of the World Series. And then 11 o'clock, Bands of the Week, 11:15, another Blitz, and then we'll wrap it up till midnight.
And before you hit committed to the uncommitted,
I'm going to do that at 10.
You're doing that over there. Okay. Yeah. We did want to clarify what Tuesday's makeup game between.
Do it fast.
Between Beachside and Fleming Island, what it means. Beachside wins, they win the district title. It's that simple. If Fleming Island wins, Ponte Vedra wins the district title. So the Sharks are big Golden Eagle fans on Tuesday night. Fleming Island still needs victories because they're on the outside looking in on that playoff bubble. So something to play for both sides, and a little Tuesday night football.
Absolutely. Tuesday night football.
Tuesday night football.
There you go.
At the Reef.
That's it for now from here for the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We're going over to the other studio, take you until 10:30, and then the Friday Night Blitz back out here. So we're not done. We take you until midnight. Stay tuned.
Holding on some receivers downfield.
Come on, fellas, no points. No points.
Those fans wanting no points here. I'm sure the team is as well.
Ball on the 22. Collins. Inside the 10, that ball is caught. Did he get his feet down? Yes, he did. Nice play by Kadron Jackson. First trip to the red zone since Cameron Mills returned to the 7-yard line. Trying to get some points.
See if they do.
Collins sends a man in motion, throws a jump ball to the end zone, incomplete. 56 seconds to go. It'll be second down and goal.
A lot of physicality from the receivers and corners of both teams.
I think that's one that if the score wasn't 31-0, 56 seconds to go, that's pass interference.
Yeah, it might be. Try to fade ball the other way.
Both fans making noise. They want that shutout. Collins sends one high and over the head of Antonio Days.
Got hit on that play too.
Collins brings up third and goal for the Tigers. For the Bull 8-yard line.
They'd just be flat out sick of it.
Yeah. Here's Collins on third down. Trying to make something out of it. Runs out of bounds with 43 seconds left. Fourth down and goal.
Number 14, Collins on the carry. Flag on the play.
There is a flag.
Against the Bulldogs.
Second defensive holding of the drive on a quarterback run.
Looks like Columbia is going in their I formation, trying to punch it in, get big against this Bulls front.
Third down and goal from the 3.
Ref stopping.
There's the whistle. They hand it off. This is Pope, and he lost the football. In the end zone, the Bulldogs recover.
Columbia is trying to score for pride, and they can't even get it in. They fumbled right before the touchdown.
Simeon Caldwell with the fumble recovery.
It looks like there's a flag in the end zone, though. Refs discussing it.
Oh, of course there is. They wave it off.
I bet I know how that conversation went.
It went, guys, it's cold. Let's not call our third defensive holding with 32 seconds left.
Giving more props to Bolles. Them doing this to Columbia, man. I mean, this is one of the better defenses I've seen this year. I've watched called a lot of football this year with Noah. And this defense is definitely a really good unit. They're just on the field the whole game. Bolles just smothered them tonight.
Jackson Flowers takes a knee. And that's going to do it. Happy Halloween to the Bolles Bulldogs, who come into the Tiger Den and take down Columbia by a score of 31-0. Brody just dominant all around. They pitched the shutout. The offense puts up 31 against one of the toughest defensive units in the area. Just a great performance tonight from Bolles.
Yeah, not much more you can ask for out of this football team. They executed very well. Maybe a few defensive flags towards the end, but all in all, just an A-plus performance for the Bulldogs against a really good team in Columbia.
And that will do it for our coverage this regular season. The game of the week will be back November 14th for the playoffs, but until then, for Marcel Robinson, Chandler Dantzler, and Brody McGuff, I'm Noah Schlickstup signing off, saying see you next time on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway or shop online at nimnickbuickgmc.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnick has a treating you right guarantee, courtesy, respect, fairness, and most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnick. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnick GMC. We are professional grade. If you need a quality play this football season at your home, call That One Painter First Coast. Locally owned and operated, experienced employees, no builder grade materials. And there's more, and for that we throw it to Noah Schlickstup. That One Painter First Coast can apparently help your kicking game too.
Well, after my failure on skinny sticks last year on Creekside game day, I've spent a lot of time out here at Creekside practicing my kicks. There's only one issue. How is that even possible? The good news is I know exactly who can help. That One Painter can handle all your painting needs, from field goal posts to cabinets to stucco. They got you covered. Though they may not be able to help with my kicking, they can certainly help with the posts. Call That One Painter First Coast today for all your painting needs at 904-495-1373.
If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. When you hear that, you think Bono's Pit Barbecue, a staple in Northeast Florida now for 75 years. A place that feels like home with friendly service, a meeting place for friends, family, or business occasions. On the menu, the corn nuggets are a favorite in our house, but there's something for everyone. Sandwiches, platters, salads, sides, desserts, and family feasts. You see Bono's all over the place in Northeast Florida. You know, there are almost 20 locations in the Jacksonville area now, so stop on by, sit down, and dine in with Bono's. You can also take it to go. There are drive-thrus in many of the locations, and they have delivery options too. Just download the Bonos app to make things easy. I signed up for the loyalty program, and you can too, to get special offers. If Jacksonville is home, few things feel more Jacksonville than Bonos Pit Barbecue. Celebrate 75 years and many more to come. Bonos Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. Hey everybody, happy Halloween as we welcome you into the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz studios. As we were just outside in the new studio, now we come to the network studio. We keep rocking and rolling here on a Friday night, the end of October. Flip the calendar to November. Get a bye week essentially for most teams in the FHSAA, and then hit the playoffs right after that as we've had some really good high school football. Now, we've had some really good luck with our game of the week, our Whataburger game of the week, just about every week. This one, not so much. Bolles put it on Columbia, 31-0. But you can't win them all. Well, Bolles can win almost all of them, at least. They lost to St. Augustine this year. But they look really good. And I guess, Sully, as we welcome you back in, make sure you put that mic down so we can hear you. But you are looking good. And so are the Bolles Bulldogs at the perfect time of year. It seems like that loss earlier to St. Augustine really, I don't know if it did wonders. I don't know if it was needed, but they've got themselves right where they probably want to be as you head to November.
Yeah, playing really good football, really all phases of the night. I know they had over a 40-yard field goal kicked, and then offensively they scored really well, and then defensively being able to shut out Lake City Columbia is a really big feat, especially at home at Columbia. Really big win for Bolles, and I think they're playing some of their best football of the year.
Yeah, and you know, they're one of the teams that we've been talking about all year. St. Aug, Rains, Bolles right there. Mandarin certainly in that mix, I think specifically after beating St. Augustine, but they've been in that mix anyway as some of the premier teams in our area. So Bolles gets that. Hey, you go back to, we didn't talk about Rains for the last couple hours or even yesterday at all. In fact, maybe this is their own fault, the Rains Vikings. They've just been so damn good that, I mean, they're not good close games. They just keep routing people. 57-0 was last night's win. And I guess the assumption is, hey, we'll see in a few weeks when you win a playoff game or two, and then it starts getting a little bit more difficult because that's just how good they've been. That I almost feel like at times we've ignored them a bit, Sully.
Yeah, no, I think you're right because they really haven't played a lot of marquee games. Like, you know, we had Mandarin and St. Augustine, and we had St. Augustine, Columbia, we had Bolles and St. Augustine, and we've had some really marquee games, and they just really haven't had the marquee games. Not their fault. They're playing the schedule that they've had it for the second year. And again, the first game got canceled. I believe it was Northwestern, which was the one that they look forward to sort of see where they're at. And then really they haven't really played. We thought Lake Mary was going to be the team, and they blew them out about week 4. And they just sort of rolled. So we know they're a good football team. They got a really great quarterback, good DBs, good defense. But now they're going to hopefully get into some situation. It may not be for 2 more weeks in the playoffs where they might get a team caliber of them, and we'll see where they're at.
You know, it's interesting about those kind of teams. The Rains, we watched Bolles tonight. We watched last night St. Augustine and Mandarin. I mean, there's no doubt why they're as good as they are, those teams. They are loaded with talent. I mean, the top-end talent on those teams is really good. And I know, like, let's just take a TJ Cole. He's not going to a Power 4 school. He's an undersized player. But he's a terrific high school quarterback, should play at the next level for somebody and be really good because he knows how to play football. He's played a lot of football. He's played a lot of good football, high-quality football. But the amount of talent around him, too, is noticeable and good. And so, again, I mean, we're talking about these 4 teams in particular. They have real top-end talent. Even Bolles over the years, I've said this multiple times over the last month or so, Bolles over the years, they're a good football team. They fundamentally are a good football team, good football program. They haven't always had this kind of talent. I mean, they've got sophomores, juniors, seniors that are Power 4 guys, and I don't remember in my 18 years here that they're having that kind of talent across the board at that high of a level. So, I mean, it gives you kind of a thought that they can just about match up with anybody. So, I mean, I guess somewhere along the way around the state, depth comes into play. But I think in their top end guys, the teams that we're talking about, feels like they can match up with anybody if you take their top 5 guys on every team.
Well, I mean, look at their talent level on both sides. I mean, they've got about 6 D1 guys already committed Power 4, that are seniors, not counting the super sophomore, right? And then you've got the quarterback who's played really well in the first-year starter there, was at Bartram last year, split time. He's got a chance to be another one. But the thing, and Edwards, a sophomore who's lighting it up, again, another one. So offensively, I think they're a tough out because they can beat you both ways. If you line up to stop the run, they're going to throw the ball and beat you because Naheem Burrows, the Clemson commit, and then the big tight end Fordham who's committed to Florida State. So, I mean, then you want to stop those guys, and then Edwards guts you for about 8 every time he touches the ball because you got J.J. Sparks up front, the offensive line. They've got 3 guys. I believe 2 of the 3 are committed Power 4, and really, really good team. So I think they're a tough out, man. This could be the year they break it's been, 11 years since they've won a state championship, I believe.
Yeah, and they're usually knocking on that door. To that point, I thought Lake City, Columbia, now some of that was probably emotion, and they do have a good defense. They were bottling up Edwards early, and I said, this is going to get interesting. We're going to see, first of all, they're going to put the ball in Weatherly's hands a little bit more. Well, they did, and actually what hurt Columbia was Weatherly running the football early on, because they were shutting down the run and other things, but they couldn't shut down that QB draw, if you will, or, just him taking off, and that extended some drives early on. And then I think this is what happens with Bolles specifically over the years, this is where Bolles, you can take any decade, that they're kind of like what Alabama used to be and Georgia is now. You take that fourth quarter, and they're going to probably dominate that fourth quarter, right? So it's the question of, do you have the stamina to, even when you're playing good against them, do you have the stamina to kind of finish it off? So that's why you have so much belief. Bolles, St. Aug is like this. Mandarin obviously is like this. And Rains, of course, is like this in terms of the talent and just the way they've played. The resume says it. That they're all good enough, and I know you've been loving the fact that they're in different classifications and can maybe make a run. And then there's other teams around the area that we wonder just how big of a run they can make. I think we've got some playoff teams in the area, Sully, that hey, hats off for making the playoffs, win a district championship, get in. But it'll be a tough task to make a run for some of these teams. But there are some on the second tier after the 4 we mentioned that you're curious. I'm curious about the Ed Whites and even the Nieces, who lost 2 games earlier in the year against 2 good football teams. Who else is going to get in that mix? Oakleaf's another one that's going to get in that mix. And then we got the Trinity Christian that's got off to such a slow start, but they're always prime time for this time of year. So, man, we got some good football teams that are going to make a run in November, I guess is my point.
Yeah, and I think this year, all year, there's probably 8 or 9 teams that got an opportunity to make a really deep run.
Yeah.
And 3 of them, I believe, Ed White, Nice, Oakleaf, are all in the same classification. So they're going to end up bunching and beating each other up a little bit like that. I think Rangers got the best shot just based on what they're going to see in the first couple rounds, and I think Mandarin is a tough out, and we've talked about Mandarin. They can beat you on the ground. They can throw the ball. They've got some weapons. The Whites has really stepped up the last 4 or 5 weeks, and the running game, and they've done a really nice job. And, St. Augustine's going to be St. Augustine. If James, the quarterback, will run the ball like they didn't run him last night, I think he's got a little tweak in his hamstring. So that open week's going to be really big for them because him running the ball is a big part of their offense also.
Yeah, and I talked to him a little bit today at his dad's Hall of Fame. I saw him. He was there. I'm sorry, his brother. I just did it again. His brother. Hey, by the way, his dad was there too. Golly. I don't know if I'll stop doing that, actually.
Well, the worst part was the St. Augustine guy that I know is affiliated with them back in July or whatever told me it was his son.
We've all been saying it. I'm like, I texted the group today, or I texted you too, but I texted the group the same thing. I was like, my mind's blown right now. I had no idea that's his brother, not his son. We're talking about Brandon James and Brenton James. And even Hick texted me. He's like, I swear somebody told me it was his son.
I was just saying, I was like, well, and a guy from St. Augustine told me he was. I don't know. It's been a funny one with us all year. We've been talking about it all year. Nobody said anything till today.
Nobody said anything. That's right. It's pretty wild. We're just making stuff up as we go. But anyway, I did talk to Brenton James, and he feels pretty good. Like I think it was a little precaution there, and obviously he played. He's had a terrific season, but I do think hopefully that dynamic of him being able to use the legs will be there in a couple of weeks for St. Augustine. Hey, I want to before I forget to do this, we're going to take a break in a moment, and then we'll come back committed to the uncommitted. We've got an update on the Fleming Island, that whole beachside Ponte Vedra situation. Talk about that before we hit the Friday Night Blitz at the bottom of the hour. I do want to give a shout out to Sandalwood because they lost 29 games in a row. 29 games in a row. And Sandalwood was a proud program. And obviously, the last few years have not been good. And to get that win, they beat Parker. Man, you feel good for those guys to be able to get a W. And we've seen it at other places. Heck, we saw it down there at Creekside before Sean McIntyre got there. I mean, they had lost something crazy, like 20-something in a row at one time. That's seasons without winning a football game. That has got to be tough, Sully. And you really feel good for a team that can get off the schneid like that and get a W.
Yeah, that's when I texted this morning. When I saw the score, I was like, oh, my gosh, this is awesome. You know, those kids have still played, showed up every week and everything. And for them to get to in that last game and get in the win column. The good thing they didn't do was 30 in a row, I believe, is the record. It's Stanton, I believe, when 3 seasons without winning. And they won't have that record, so hopefully Coach can build on that, and they can get Sandalwood back to being Sandalwood.
Yeah, because again, we talked to Jeff Gerke today about Clay, right? They've had some turnover and things aren't as high as they were, but Clay's a place that you can win, build it, you get some consistency going. I think Sandalwood could be the same. I just got to kind of get it going. And it's interesting that their win does come right at the end of the year because that might actually feed very well. You take the win in whenever you can get it, but that could feed nicely into this offseason, try to build a little momentum. We'll see what happens. But I definitely want to give a shout out to those guys because I'll tell you what, man, that's a lot of Friday nights, and you know this better than anybody. Those things eat at you. The wins are great, and you still kind of pissed off on a Friday night probably after wins sometimes. The losses really eat at you for the whole weekend. So that's a long time going without a W.
Yeah, without a doubt. And like you said, that sun was a little brighter over there off St. John's Bluff this morning. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, coffee tastes a little better, and the weekend's going to be good too. All right, let's take a quick 30-second break. We come back, committed to the uncommitted, the young man from Fleming Island. We feature another offensive lineman, and tell you what, some of the schools should be looking at this young man, not only athletically but academically as well. We'll be right back. The Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Hey, see this picture? Columbia High School. The Friday Night Blitz, Stuart Weber. Columbia High loves the Friday Night Blitz and Stuart Weber. And now we haven't always been mentioned on the banner, but Marcel and myself, maybe someday Sully and Noah and Brody and Chandler and Liv, who knows? Hamby, get there too, but it's going to take some time because it took us some time. We're on the banner. Stuart Weber pays something to Columbia each and every year, which I'm stunned by because he doesn't pay for much.
That's awesome.
It's always good.
Dressed up and everything. That's what
Yeah,
I
man.
about it on Halloween.
Happy Halloween, and Stuart Love out there in Columbia County, which is always fun and cool. They do that like I forget how long that goes back now, that they've made a sign for Weber, who I think has spoken to their class at times, and
nice.
So is I forget the whole story there, but that's I think part of it. So. Fun stuff out there. Not a fun night for Columbia Tigers as they lose 31-0 to Bolles during our Whataburger game of the week. We'll have some highlights and reaction to that coming up on the Friday Night Blitz in just a couple of minutes. All right, Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC, our scholarship program. And I guess time's running out. We do have a couple more weeks, but time's kind of running out on nominees. Get them in if you can. Seniors who are under-recruited. And you found a young man out of Fleming Island, and you found him on the offensive line, a guy who's played all different offensive line positions, Corbett Yarbrough. Tell us a little bit more about him, Sully.
Yeah, Corbett, he's 6'5", about 280, 1250 on the SAT, and I believe 4.5 grade point average. And they play him at guard and tackle, and he's a big, wide-body guy that can move. They pull him, really latches on to people. I really like him. Coach Mack, I reached out to him. You know, they've had a couple of good wins, and he's a big part of what they're doing offensively, sort of their leader on the offensive line with a bunch of young guys up there.
I was talking to, we've got a couple minutes of video. I was talking to Chandler when we were actually getting this video of Corbett, and I said, you know, what sticks out to me is, one, he's moving around here on this video. He's at left tackle, he's at center, he's at right guard, so he's showing the versatility, and everybody loves that these days in any sport, but they really like it on the offensive line. But then I also said to Chandler, I'm like, I'm not really sure how anybody tells, like, okay, how good are you on the offensive line? You love that O-line, Sully. What are you looking for here out of a guy like Corbett Yarbrough to say, hey, he can play at the next level?
Well, you really like to see his get off first, you know, as he engages, he gets his hands on guys. He's got a good wide base. And then how he sort of gets up off the double team and gets on to the next level. And then they're pulling him a bunch of times here too. So you're seeing, hey, man, this kid can move. What we call skip pull. And then he fits up in the B gap and gets on a linebacker and everything. And the thing about him, of course, he's 6'5", so that's big because you can't teach height. But he's got a little nasty streak where he buries guys into the ground, and that's what you like.
Yeah, that you definitely do like that. He's a young man from Fleming Island. I think you mentioned he had some looks from a team like a program like Stetson. But man, you can't find those offensive linemen. They're not a dime a dozen. And I love one other thought about the video here. He shows, I think, a couple of clips against Georgia commit. Those reps probably are pretty valuable to a coach kind of observing this young man's skill set.
Yeah, without a doubt. But the other thing is he's playing center, right guard, right tackle, left tackle.
Yeah.
So there's a guy that can play all five positions. So to me, it's a no-brainer somebody jump on there and get there. That's why we got to get his film out. His grades are great, and there's all kinds of schools out there that need guys with great grades. So
yeah,
hopefully get something going.
Yeah, big-time grades, which helps, of course. Don't have to worry about this young man. So Corbett Yarbrough from Fleming Island. He is our Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. Again, if you don't know a lot about this program, you can send us nominees. We want seniors in football. It's a little different in the spring for baseball, softball, but for football, we want seniors who are under-recruited. So get a little bit later in the game now. How can get the word out a little bit, highlight these young men, and even Sully can push that out there on social media. He's got a bunch of contacts, and at least just say, hey, take a look. That's all we're trying to do for anybody who's under-recruited, wants to play at the next level. And then at the end of the day, we also have a $2,500 scholarship program out of all our nominees that we will have a winner from, courtesy of Nimnick Buick GMC. So really proud of that. And congrats to Corbett Yarbrough. Thanks to the coaching staff and Sully for bringing him to our attention. All right, before we get out of here for the Friday Night Blitz in 2 minutes, I think Tuesday is really like our final FHSAA game of the regular season, I guess, at least that we know about. Maybe there's another one sneaking in there. But it's a big one because you've got Beachside and Fleming Island. Fleming Island's going to have to play Saturday, Sunday, Monday rest, and then play on Tuesday against Beachside. Fleming Island came back tonight against Flagler Palm Coast, won late in the game, 26-25. So that kind of keeps their playoff hopes alive. They will need a win. They can't win the district, but they'll need a win. If they win, Ponte Vedra wins the district. If Beachside wins the district. A lot on the line on a Tuesday night, Sully.
Yeah, and I believe it was 0. They never started the game, right?
Never started. No, they canceled
so
that.
Like, I know down here, DeLand and Spruce Creek are playing, and they got rained out after the first quarter. It's like 7-0 DeLand. They're playing on Tuesday also. But, yeah, that's a big win on a Tuesday. But, again, Fleming Island's got a lot of momentum. The last couple of games playing well. Their kids come in. Coach will probably get them in Saturday. He's not going to get them in Sunday because that would be illegal. And then Monday they'll practice and play on Tuesday.
There you go. So quick turnaround, but they'll have a lot to play for and be excited about it to be able to do so. I'm a little surprised. I'm still a bit surprised they're not playing that next Friday instead of on Tuesday.
FHSAA.
Oh, that's right. They won't. Thursday they got to be done, right?
Tuesday.
Oh, by Tuesday. By Tuesday. Yeah. I was thinking it was Thursday.
But again, Brett, why do you have an open week and you're going to make them play those makeup games Monday and Tuesday? So I don't understand.
Yeah. And by the way, it's like you put whatever. I mean, they're got the rankings are going to come out next weekend, and I mean it's a computer. It's not like somebody's got to count the math up. Right. So anyway, I guess there's a reason, but I don't. That's a big game and a big turnaround. So I don't know if that's I would say the fairest of things, but it's just the way.
Noah and Brody.
Well, we thought about it. I don't know if we're going to do it, but I thought about it. I only got so much money in the budget, Sully, all right? Stop spending my money.
We're getting tight. It's the end of the year.
That's right. Got to save it for the playoffs.
There you go.
All right. We did get our Donato's Pizza here. Hope you had a good weekend, and should be beautiful weather-wise. So enjoy the weekend. Enjoy all the football, and I'll try to bring a win back from Vegas.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
All right, that is our Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. That's Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach. Had a fun show, and we're going to go have some more fun. We got highlights, some reaction, all the highlights from yesterday if you missed any of them. It's coming up right here on the stream only because we've got on TV the World Series. So on the stream, we go all the way until midnight with the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, and it's just around the corner in a few minutes. Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services.
John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
If you're not smart, pests will sneak up on you. Turner is reinventing pest control with innovative smart technology that ensures 24/7 monitoring and early detection with non-toxic solutions. Visit turnerpest.com today to get smart.
The best thing about our First Alert weather app is the real-time radar. A quick look on your phone and you'll know if rain is in the forecast now or 6 hours from now. And you can track it right down to your neighborhood. Download the Action News Jax First Alert weather app today.
We only have 30 seconds to tell you why Action News Jax is the place to turn to when storms hit. The only team with every meteorologist certified to forecast severe weather so you can plan your day with confidence. The only team to receive an award from the Florida Disaster Foundation for keeping our communities safe during hurricanes. And the most experienced chief meteorologist in Jacksonville, Mike Burrish, so your forecast is built around accuracy. Action News Jax First Alert Weather. It's severe weather coverage you can count on. Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
The train horn sounds, and here come the Tigers.
All right, here come the Tigers. It's tradition there out there in Lake City, Columbia, and they get to host Bolles in our Whataburger game of the week. Two teams that have one loss, both to the same team, St. Augustine. So there you go. That's the setup. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber, and welcome into a stream edition on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network of the Friday Night Blitz. Of course, we've been going for 3 hours now with our Whataburger game of the week, the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, and now our Friday Night Blitz. And we'll give away the bands of the week at 11 and also another Friday Night Blitz at 11:15, and then wrap it all up at midnight.
Yeah, we'll focus on the Friday night games in that 11:15 version. Because we did 11:15 version yesterday as well.
We did.
For all the Thursday games. So
we'll get to high school football.
We'll get to some of those Thursday games here in just a bit, but as we do each and every week, we start with your game of the week.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, there you go. That's the setup. The Columbia Tigers taking on the Bolles Bulldogs in our second game of this week. Opening Tiger drive, quarterback scrambling around and picked off by Christian Hayes. Bolles takes over. Good play on the other side of the field. Very next play, though, the Bulldogs passing, and Julian De La Cruz picks it off for the Tigers. We got back-to-back picks to start this game early on. Tigers would go 3 and out. Bolles would then put a good drive together, and at the end of it, Jaden Weatherly punches it in for the first score of the game, 7-0. They used a lot of the first quarter with that drive, pretty methodic. Later in the second, Bolles on their side of the field. Xander Edwards, they had bottled them up pretty well in the first 15 minutes or so. And then that happened, 64 yards to the house, 14-0. Xander Edwards, a sophomore, is having a tremendous season. Next kickoff, Cameron Mills. He did this a couple of times in the game. Receives the shorter kick, and he almost takes it back all the way. He was high-stepping at midfield. Look at him go. I don't think they thought he could do all that. Well, he can do everything, and that was a heck of a return. Columbia, though, did not score despite that great return. And then the Bulldogs, Weatherly slings it to Naeem Burrows, right on the fingertips. Beautiful throw, beautiful catch. 21-0 lead just like that. In the fourth, Bulldogs in the red zone. And now Luke Toland in at quarterback. He drops back, throws it up for Camden Teetsy. Nice catch in the, not quite corner of the end zone, but it was a heck of a catch. It didn't matter where it was. 31-0 lead at that time. Bolles would win the football game, 31-0. And they look good in the battle of one-loss teams. That was a heck of a catch. I think he got his feet down.
Yeah. We'll catch up with Coach Toblin as Marcel Robinson is on the scene a little later on in the show. Oak Leaf looking to improve to 8-2 before their playoff run begins at Tocoy Creek tonight. Knights up 7-0 in the second. Jack McKissick to Mike Connor, and that will double the lead.
The ref did touchdown and caught the ball.
Yeah, that's tough when they just chuck it at your face. Third down here for Tocoy Creek, a little pressure. A.D. Mentor, sensational play, tips it to himself for the interception. Back come McKissick and Connor. They do it again. They like that across the middle of the field game right there. That gets them inside the 5 after the penalty. And they'd punch it in shortly thereafter. C.J. Moses Jr. finishing off the drive. All night in this one. 31-8 the final as they wrap up their regular season. As mentioned, postseason next for Tocoy Creek, for Oak Leaf.
Now over to Yulee, or up to Yulee. Looking to get back to its winning ways after starting 6-0, but dropping the last couple. Picked this one up in the second quarter. Hornets running back Jaden Timmon takes the handoff, finds a crease, and nobody's going to get him. Takes it the distance. This made it 22-0. Yulee in the lead. Next possession. Hornets extend the lead further. Jackson Visconti to Pete Kuhlman over the middle. 29-0 lead, just like that. Made it look easy. Menendez trying to get something going. Grayson Hedrick finds Kane Vona eventually. Hut! There he is. And there's Vona. He breaks a couple of tackles. There's a lot of Hornets around him. Look at him go. Golly, that's 1-on-5, 1-on-6. Unfortunately, the effort wasn't rewarded because the ball hits the ground. Shamar Gibbs recovers. Menendez would eventually get on the board with this touchdown run from Jarius Lewis, but Yulee rolls to the win, 36-12 here on this Halloween night.
Let's stay up in Nassau County, shall we? We got a playoff game. Fernandina Beach hosting Bell in the SSAA Atlantic bracket. First possession of the game. And Bell going to drive straight down the field. They go with this quadruple option look. Jackson Fillman into the end zone, and the Bulldogs take the lead.
Tough to prep for that.
It is. The only thing harder is the quintuple option. You got to watch out for that. It wouldn't last, though. Bell's next possession, oh boy. Quarterback backed up in his own end, trying to escape. Tries to flip it away. Goes to Kalani Tucker. That's a touchdown for the Pirates. Puts Fernandina Beach on the board. Next drive, home team in the red zone on offense this time. Deontay Sims up the gut, lowers the shoulder, puts the Pirates into the lead 13-7. They would go on to win big. 48-21. They host Paxson in an all-local SSAA Atlantic bracket matchup next week.
And Pat Christian taking on PK Young. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Later in the
we got the
first,
smoke.
Andrew
smoke.
Wright.
I like it.
Halloween night. They look like they're ready.
Yeah,
Andrew Wright Jr. throws it up. Alexander Lee. He got it.
Yeah.
And he walks in untouched, 6-0.
Orange accent color, perfect.
Yeah, it is kind of perfect, right? Next Blue Wave drive, Alexander Lee with a nice interception. The orange is everywhere, but
it is.
I guess not everybody could see it.
Don't throw it to the orange, PK Young.
They get the ball back. Next play, Lee takes the toss, 43. Gosh, he's doing everything. Mr. Lee does it all for Impact Christian. That made it 12-0. They win 64-6.
All right, how about the Alphabet Bowl? We got Y Kim at NFEI. That's Young Kids in Motion at North Florida Educational Institute.
Awesome.
Eagles open their drive to start the second half with a huge touchdown run here. Jordan Robinson to the near side and outpaces the Ravens defense. Makes it 34-6 early second half. Caden Loggins now dropping back, passes. And how about this pickup? That's a nice first down for the Eagles as they continue to move the ball. Ball's on the 20-yard line. And NFEI, they're rumbling. Here they come to the far side of the field. This one's going to get it inside the 5 where Trenton King is going to finish it off. King into the end zone. NFEI, which, by the way, was on the playoff bubble. They win 52-6. Now they got to wait and see if this is enough to move them in to the playoff picture.
Chiefland at Union County tonight. Putting in some miles here on this
yes, we
Friday Night Blitz. Tough year for the Fighting Tigers. On the Indians' first offensive play, senior Damari Sweet takes it to the house with a few twists and turns. 60-yard touchdown run, just like that. You know, you don't see a lot of uniforms like this in the state of Florida, right? Almost like UNC/Chargers
baby blue
kind of color, right?
Like, I think of like Gadsden County's got a similar kind of baby blue.
All right, Union County fumbles it, picked up by John Adams. He takes it 30 yards for the touchdown. Chiefland wins it 42-0.
All right, more SSAA action. We're in Orlando. Old Plank Christian taking on the Highlanders. Very creative name for Lake Highland Prep. Defenders down in the first half, but they're still defending. That's what defenders do. They defend. Heavy pressure on the QB. There's a pick. Hunter Moore with the interception there. Ensuing drive. Troy Howell got all the time in the world. Blocked out one guy who's rushing. Is only one guy rushing? I think 66, the only guy rushing. Big pickup there, Justin Perry, but the drive would stall.
I want to know how long he could have stayed back there.
He could have stayed there forever. He probably should have stayed a couple more seconds because last play of the half, a 76-yard touchdown.
Oh, he should have.
If he'd have burned a couple more seconds off the clock, this didn't happen.
Wow.
That's all right. 28-6 at the half.
Gosh,
and Lake Highland Prep wins it 35-14. That is a video board.
Nice video board.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Brunswick in a three-way tie for the regional lead.
There can be only one.
Oh, they saved on the mascot name.
Yeah.
Hosting South Effingham. Pirates on the board first. Direct snap to Hezzy Kent. He scores a little dance move after as well. I think he's got an interest in the Florida-Georgia game tomorrow. It's 16-0 Brunswick when Grant Moore finds a wide-open Israel Henry. No problem for the Pirates. One more. A 61-yard burst for JoJo Gibbons. Look at him go. Kind of lost in the logo for a second. and the defense couldn't find them. 46-18, the final. Oh, Brunswick here tonight.
Ware County clinches a playoff spot with a win tonight up in Waycross. They were in command against Wayne County, leading 28-0. Isaiah White keeps it himself, and this touchdown gets the running clock running. 42-zip your final for Ware County.
One more in Georgia, Charlton County on the road at Turner County.
Lots of counties up there.
A lot of counties. Feel like I've been pulled over in a bunch of them.
Oh,
Late first
boy.
quarter, Indians down 8-zip. Elijah Bryant takes the direct snap, navigates through the line and into the end zone for 6. Move to the second, 14-0 now. A.J. Glover keeps the play alive, finds.
And Trevin Fighter still on his feet, goes it back inside the 5. Cobb.
Finds Trevon Cobb as he stays on his feet and battles for the touchdown. 60-34, Charlton County wins.
So this one came in late. Fleming Island, they need to keep winning if they want to keep the playoff hopes alive. At Flagler Palm Coast, they trailed 25-7 before the comeback began. Eric Gentry, touchdown run. That gets the Golden Eagles within 5 in the fourth quarter. Then, under 30 seconds to go, they take the lead with this touchdown, 28.9 seconds.
Wow.
That's all they led the entire game. Doesn't matter how long you lead, as long as you lead when the clock hits 0. 26-25, huge win for Fleming Island. By the way, they play Tuesday in that makeup game at Beachside, which one determines the district champ, but also probably determines if Fleming Island makes the postseason.
Second down and 13 after the penalty. Weatherly looking for Burrows down the field. He hauls it in. 9 Burrows is gone.
Well, let's revisit this one. Weatherly to Burrows, a connection that has been working all year. That was a beautiful throw and a beautiful catch on the fingertips. Bolles supporters certainly hope that continues in the postseason as well, and it looks like it will.
That ball looked like kind of a fingertip.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And this week, the Coach of the Week goes to Coach Toblin and the Bolles Bulldogs. They get the job done. Let's hear from Marcel Robinson catching up with Coach Toblin after the win in our Whataburger Game of the Week.
That's the biggest thing is as you go throughout the season, you want to be peaking at the right time. And that, you know, obviously, like, we want to win all the games we play, but as you get into November, December, like, that's the most important thing is that we're playing our best ball. And, like, that is a game that exposes where you're at. Like, it's a big physical team that does a great job. And if you're not executing, clicking on cylinders, like, Lake City's going to expose that. And I thought our kids did an unbelievable job today. So proud of them.
How much of an emphasis did you put on that to make sure you kind of ride a little bit of momentum coming into the regular season to be playing the same type of ball when we get the postseason?
100%. Like, we say this, like, look, like, we keep score for a reason, and, like, it doesn't matter. There's no games that are meaningless to us. There's no practice drill that's meaningless to us. Like, we want to compete and put our best performance forward every chance we get. And so this was a huge game for us, not just from a, you know, the seeding and all that stuff, just like it is a really hard game before we move to the playoffs, and we want to make sure that we are doing the things and playing where we feel like we should be playing, that it's about us.
To have so many, I mean, everyone knows that Bolles is a perennial powerhouse, and you guys aren't surprising anyone, but to be having so many of your key players and even some of your role players making substantial plays and making big plays down the stretch, how great does that feel?
And you're right, and that's what it is. I mean, it is to put those kids in situations and have them make plays, like Camden Tsitsi, an unbelievable big play back in the end zone, the pass rushers, like taking the opportunities that they have, and then obviously Naeem, a huge post to kind of break the game open, and I think that's what you want to be able to lean on is those guys, those experienced players, those playmakers like this late in the season that are just ready for those moments.
I'll tell you what, Bolles is ready for the moment. Yeah. Again, we've been saying this all season. We've been saying this for the last couple of hours. We talk about it all the time. We've got 4 premier teams, it looks like, in the area, and that's not to say there aren't other teams that can get in that category, but it's been like this all year. Rains, Bolles, St. Augustine, Mandarin, and they've outside of Rains, they've beat each other up a little bit, right? Yeah. St. Augustine beat Bolles, and then Mandarin just beat St. Augustine, and Rains didn't play any of them.
Yeah,
I don't think. No.
So Bolles, by the way, with that win, basically locks up the number 1 seed in the region, which is huge. You want to be that 1 seed so that playoffs come through you.
Absolutely.
All the way to the Final Four. So obviously we had a ton of Thursday games as well. We split it up every year, Florida-Georgia week. So let's check out some Thursday action, shall we? And you just mentioned it. Mandarin and St. Augustine Jackets taking on the Mustangs in our Thursday game of the week. It was a good one. We gave you a double dip this week. All right, we're in the third, tied up at 14 apiece. Samari Wingo from Brenton James. Yeah, no problem there. Right by the defenders, into the end zone, makes it 21-14 and celebrates with the kids. Third quarter, Mandarin on the Yellow Jackets half of the field. Knocks Annis, beautiful throw to Tion Weish in the end zone. That ties it up at 21. Late third, St. Augustine punting. They punted it to Bryson Wright, and then that set up this play for the Mustangs. On the very next play, Sean Quez Foster into the end zone.
He's been good.
Wow. That's your game-winning margin right there. Mandarin takes it 27-21.
Oh, you thought that one was good.
Yeah.
How about this one? You were there for it. Ed White, Baldwin, pick it up, tied 28, early fourth. Commanders driving. Xavier Cotton pops it loose. Amari Parker picks it up, and he's going the length of the field for the scoop and score. What a shift in momentum. Made it 35-28 in favor of Baldwin. The defense is coming up with some big plays. Down 6, under a minute to go. Ed White's King Boylston on a fourth down play finds King Mercer this time, ties the game up, botched extra points, and we can't even have time to explain that one. Game goes to overtime, tied at 42. First play for the Commanders, it's Boylston again. He keeps it, he scores it. He had a terrific fourth quarter in overtime. Ed White would win the football game 48-42 in OT. If you want to see more of that game, like all the plays, go to our YouTube channel, Action Sports Jacks from last night.
Creekside Knights taking on the visiting Ponte Vedra Sharks. Both of these teams headed to the playoffs. Third quarter, PV up 10-0. Knights trying to find their way onto the scoreboard, but a little defense from the Sharks. Trey Butts gets the interception as he falls back into the end zone. A couple plays later, though.
Butts?
What's that? Yeah. There you go. Sharks fumble. Josh Guy takes it. Kind of like that Fernandina Beach touchdown we saw a little earlier. Into the end zone. That's how the Knights get on the scoreboard. In the fourth now, Sam Coate, he's going to drop back and find David Doherty getting by the defenders, and he's going all the way to add to that lead. That sets your final margin. 17-7. Ponte Vedra wins it at Creekside.
So no Eddie Jordan for Beachside for much of the game last night as the Barracudas travel to face Nice. Panthers trailing by a touchdown in the first. Aiden Pfeiffer calls his own number, runs in for a score. It was the Pfeiffer show. Second quarter.
Got a couple good ones over there.
Yeah, Panthers back on offense. This time Pfeiffer to the air to his cousin Chase over the middle. Pfeiffer to Pfeiffer. Needs touchdown and the lead. Still in the second. Pfeiffer, the quarterback, dials up the long ball. Not to Pfeiffer this time, but to Braden Felder instead. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Wow. We got receivers all over the place in this area, making big plays. Nice wins it 47-17.
Over to Fletcher, by the way, new name for their field. Joe Reynolds Field at Jack Taylor Stadium. Congrats to Coach on that honor. Long drive for Trinity Christian has started off, ends with a Terrell Dallas keeper, and they're going to push him into the end zone. That's a touchdown. 7-0 Conquerors. To the second quarter, Senators in the red zone. Christian Cato going to Joshua Jones. Scores to tie it up at 7, but big win for Trinity, 21-7. Fletcher likely not going to make the postseason after that setback on Thursday night.
How about Clay at Orange Park? Season finale for these teams. And Clay trying to get a win. Orange Park's had a couple of nice wins this season, and this would be one of them. How about Lamoro Johnson? Watch this for OP in the orange. Somehow he ends up coming up. Nobody could hold on to that football, but he ends up coming up with it. And that's the Raiders in good field position. And Gabe Taylor takes advantage. That's 7-0. Orange Park takes the lead. A little bit later on, Landon Martin quarterbacking for Clay. And nice little touch on this one.
Yeah.
As he's getting pressured, that's Matthew Jones for the touchdown. Orange Park wins a close one. 31-28.
That's a little Clay County rivalry there. Jackson Tigers hosting First Coast, and home team needs a win if they want to keep their playoff bubble status. Unfortunately, they ran into this guy, Tony Kennedy. Just look for him in the neon chartreuse colors there. Touchdown run there for Tony. And look, there he is, bright green. Just find bright green. There goes bright green. He's going to make his way back in. And no, you're not going to get him down. Not one, not two, not three. Takes 4 guys to finally get him down. He'd score on the next play. 54-8. First Coast gets the win over Jackson.
Well, it's great to see him healthy. He got stretchered off the field a week ago, so he's obviously okay. Now over to Providence hosting Bishop Kenny. And Providence really we think needs a win to get in the playoffs. Who knows? Picking this one up in the second quarter, 7-7. Then Caleb Madison bursts right up the middle, untouched to the end zone, gives Kenny the lead. Next BK possession. After a botched punt by the Stallions, it's Madison again. Extends the lead to 21-7 for BK, and they go on to win it 42-10. BK wins, and Providence and FEI, who's going to get in for potentially that last spot in that region.
Maybe another team entirely. We have no idea. We mentioned earlier Paxton will play at Fernandina Beach. Well, this is how they got there. Hosting Franklin County on Thursday night, late first quarter. Seahawks leading 7-6. But Javon Johnson into the backfield. Nice stop there for number 8. Second quarter, Golden Eagles still down 14-7. And they go on the offensive. KJ Palmer punching it in. That puts 6 on the board for the home team. Later in the second, Javier Dixon. He'll drop back and deliver this beauty to Logan Kelly, who's behind the defense and into the end zone. Paxton moving on 42-30. As mentioned, they will play at Fernandina Beach next week. Some notables, by the way, from Thursday.
Oh, I love it.
We got to give a shout out to Sandalwood. They snap a 29-game losing streak, take down Parker 34-8.
Yeah, that's a big one. Congrats to them. Rains just keeps rolling over Atlantic Coast this time, 57-0. And are they going to win a state championship is really the question.
Only undefeated team left, by the way, because St. Aug lost on Thursday. St. Joe's loses in the playoffs tonight. So Rains, the last undefeated left. UC with the longest in-state road trip you can take. They go down to
a great one.
Go down to Key West and win 35-22. And Florida School for the Deaf and Blind moving on in the 8-man playoffs.
If I'm going to Key West, I'm not going to play football.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Hey, congrats to our Week 10 Whataburger Player of the Week, TJ Cole from Rains. Cole threw for 5 touchdowns, 17 of 21, 288 yards a week ago. Of course, he's our reigning Jaguars Prep Friday Night Blitz Player of the Year.
My favorite high school football memory would have to be our first state championship my sophomore year. It was just super special to be a part of my first championship with a bunch of people that I grew up with and I've known my whole life, and I'll never forget that.
That's Trevor Lawrence from Cartersville, Georgia, of course. Had so many huge games in high school and only 2 losses. I think both of them in the state championship.
Jags, by the way, will be in Vegas. So will you, bright and early.
Yeah, we leave in about 8 hours, something like that.
Hop on the bird.
And obviously, as many people know, Travis Hunter, a big story as he goes on IR today. So we'll see if the Jags can rebound from that stunning news late in the week and get a win over the Raiders.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
I can go with that defensive touchdown for Fernandina Beach.
All right.
Putting the pressure on the quarterback. He just kind of flings it. And the Pirates say, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Right into the end.
I tell you what, it's not an easy catch because you're not expecting it.
You don't know it's coming at you. You got Leroy stepping into the shot there. It's unbelievable. Come on.
If I was the other team, by the way, I'd be saying, hey, my knee was down.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. On that one. Come on, Leroy. Get out of the way.
Get out of our way, Leroy.
All right,
it's fun. There's a lot to think about now as next week's going to be a bye week for just about everybody.
Yep.
You mentioned Tuesday's a big game with Fleming Island and Beachside. That could factor into, it is going to factor into a district championship. And then we see who makes the postseason next week and who can make a chase for a state championship. St. Augustine, Choctaw battling for that number 1 spot. That's another one that's interesting. Nobody wants to make that drive if you make it to a regional final. So a lot to keep an eye on over the next week or so.
Yeah, Panhandle road trips are tough. They rarely end well. All right, we're going to leave you now with our band of the week, the Jackson Tigers. Brent, what is that instrument?
That is a sousaphone.
Yeah.
Never heard of it until last week, until Stuart Weber told me.
That's the sousaphone. And it's good stuff. It's for you. I did that just for you.
Thank you.
All right. We got bands coming up at 11 on the stream. And then we'll do it again at 11:15. We'll see you then.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it. Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Congrats to a Week 10 Whataburger Player of the Week, TJ Cole. Cole threw for 5 touchdowns last week, 17-21 passing, 288 yards.
All right, let's move around Southeast Georgia, shall we? Brunswick in a 3-way tie for their region lead, hosting South Effingham. Pirates on the board first, direct snap to Hezzy Kent. He'll score and get a little dance in as well. He should be dancing. They win 46-18. It was all Brunswick.
Ware County clinches playoff spot with a win tonight in Waycross. And in command against Wayne County, led 28-0. Isaiah White keeps it, and that'll get the clock running for the Gators. 42-0. They are in.
One more in Georgia. Charlton County on the road at Turner County. Late first quarter, Indians down 8-zip. Elijah Bryant with the direct snap. He'll navigate through the line and into the end zone. 60-34. Charlton County gets the win.
It's a heck of a sponsorship.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
All right, we're going back to Fernandina Beach, and this play by number 0 puts that initial pressure on, and then he's just kind of standing there when they flip it to him. That's a touchdown. Kalani Tucker with the play of the week.
All right, hey, what a weekend we have in Jacksonville. Right, Florida-Georgia game tomorrow. We'll be on our way to Vegas with the Jags. Remember, no Travis Hunter. He's now on IR. Big story of the day. And 2 nights of high school football, regular season just about in the books. Let's leave you with the Jackson Tigers and
the Sousaphones.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.